Then, with everyone ready, we will open on a scene. Can everyone see the rainy forest?
Yes. Oh, wow. That's a very nice rainy forest.
Hell yeah.
The Adirondack Mountains in majestic New York State are not known for being as tall or as sprawling as the rest of the towering Appalachian neighbors to the south. No, they are known for another thing, one far more terrifying in scope than any other in the world. 10 million years ago, before the continents had even split fully into North and South America, when you could still walk from present day Greenland all the way to the Antarctic Circle, the Adirondack Mountains were born, and her jagged peaks have been weathered by time immemorial henceforth. The oldest mountain range in the world, the peaks and deep glacial lakes of the Adirondacks have seen untold cultures live, prosper, and die within its forests, some of which lay undocumented fully, even in the modern era. But that is not when our story takes place. The year is 1950, and the Adirondacks are known for another, equally terrifying thing. It's declaratively magical fresh air. More aptly put, many high society folk from New York City and upstate farmers alike have a big problem. Tuberculosis is nasty, and there's no cure. Most of the time, when a relative gets sick, if you can afford it, you send them upstate to the mountains, to a nice little house on a lake somewhere or a sanitarium, to feel the effects of that magical fresh air. And surprisingly, most of the time that is, it worked. Through no medical means whatsoever, an entire market of the best medical vacation spots, specialized goods, and wealth-catered services that a wealthy New York City elite demanded had revived old, decrepit mining towns and logging towns into magical getaways that claimed to cure tuberculosis with nothing but good old-fashioned fresh air and time. One such town is Pleasant Lake. Originally founded in 1822 by farmers from New Hampshire Jacob Moody and Ulrich Bushnell, a small community formed and established a logging facility with a dam and a sawmill, around which the village developed. Home to the first ever hotel built in the Adirondacks in 1830, the Drake Castle Lodge, and the Pleasant Lake Sanitarium, founded in 1873. The town is the Adirondacks' foremost aforementioned tuberculosis town, whose message is spearheaded by one Dr. Henry Thromby. Industry ravages the area. Factories and rail lines cut through the still wild forest like veins, and the visage of the modern-day lumberjack is born amid the romanticized mountains that silhouette the sky with every passing day and swing of the axe. An esteemed colleague and friend, Professor Elric Verger, a German researcher for Arkham University, began his research into the medical qualities of the air in 1895, much to the dismay of the Dr. Henry Thromby Jr. of the Pleasant Lake Sanitarium, whom quickly became rivals with the out-of-towner in a race to quantify the curative properties of the air through the turn of the century. In the months before his disappearance 3 weeks ago, Professor Verger wrote increasingly paranoid and accusatory letters to the university at Arkham about his theories that the young Dr. Thromby sought to thwart and steal his decades-long research on the subject through means of force, and that the family and town's connection with the strangely venerated castle on the mountain. The nearby Drake Castle Lodge was originally an esteemed hunting lodge in Stone Keep, fixed just below the summit of Blue Jay Mountain, the tallest of 3 mountains that the Pleasant Lake is nestled in the valley between. Visited by wealthy elites and even presidents for hunting and skiing trips long before the tuberculosis rush, The lodge closed its doors to the public in 1885 and remained in private ownership until 1897, when it was fully abandoned due to the rising maintenance cost and the passing of the final member of the Drake family. Originally, the lodge could be visited via a 2-day trek from Pleasant Lake, one day to a small lodge and restaurant halfway up, and another to the summit of the mountain, if the conditions were good. But with 2 decades of growth, and no one maintaining the trails, the journey could easily take a 3rd day, and could require the use of a guide if not properly trained in mountaineering. The Arkham University and connected Arkham Cell Society have tasked your group with an all-expenses-paid trip by train to the remote town of 1,400 inhabitants to ascertain the whereabouts and final resting place of Dr. Verger, and, if irretrievable, recover at least his notes and belongings from his home in town to be sent back to Arkham for further documentation. Those among you have been selected based on your wilderness survival, detective, or research-oriented roles, and will be issued a check or U.S. service bond in the amount of $100, as well as the publishing rights for any researcher who documents their journey. Godspeed, and may the fresh air do you some good. Yours, Dr. Nathaniel Graves, of the Arkham Cell Society. One of you is already in the town of Pleasant Lake, so I'm going to describe what happened on the way for the rest of you. It's unlikely that any of you would have come to notice each other or your connected things on the 5 or so hour journey from the most recent train station to Pleasant Lake. But the journey was pretty dark, overcast. The rain has clung to the train for the majority of the journey. And even as you arrive, there's still a storm brewing overhead and a light drizzle that paints the town in a dismal glow. As we all step off the train into the fresh mountain air of Pleasant Lake, you have all been told of a contact within the town that you are going to be meeting. So we will describe first our local guide for the area, Silas LeBeau. Is Silas doing anything particularly interesting while he's waiting for the people to arrive?
No. I think I'd just be chilling.
Did everyone see that?
Yep.
Can you please describe for me, Silas?
Yeah, sorry, my mic was muted. No, I'd be waiting patiently, on time-ish at the train station. What time was the arrival?
We'll say it's a little after at 10 a.m. in the morning.
Okay. And I would have probably been there a good 15 minutes early, waiting for them. Patiently waiting.
As the other 4 of you step off the train and finally get this nice breath of this fresh air around you, who do you think is first off the train?
I mean, I could see Marion being a little excited. She's a researcher, and that's the main reason she's here. You see a woman in her like early to mid 30s, brown hair, a little too skinny, probably. She's got a notebook and a pencil, and she's kind of just already really taking stock of what's around her. Definitely inhaling deeply and then like pausing for a moment and making a few notes about it. Very inquisitive.
You have all been given a description of Silas, so I'll say it's not too hard to spot him as you all get off the train.
I think you're Silas?
Howdy. Yes, I am Silas. Are you, I forget your names. I reach
Marion,
out
you've
my
never met
hand.
us before. She shakes his hand.
I would have been told the, people joining, right? Okay.
So I'm
Yes, I
guessing
shake hand.
we're all on this same train, I think.
Are those your accomplices behind you?
I, I don't actually know. She's gonna kind of turn around and step aside.
A lot of wealthy folk pour from the train. I'd say there's maybe 30 or 40 people who get off this train here. And
Busy
a
day.
couple of people who get on. This is the Friday train, meaning that it is the passenger train that comes into town that carries the non-sick people in and out of town. So
Hmm. Not as much horking on this train, maybe as other ones.
Uh, DM, out of curiosity, what's the weather like temperature-wise here?
I'm glad. Excuse me. I'm glad you asked. It is late August, so it's still relatively warm, but with the rain coming down, there's a bit of a chill in the air.
As people start getting like the juxtaposition of people getting off and those that are getting on, eventually Elijah will kind of like with a pep in his step to get off of this train and stretch. He steps out, a man that's well dressed, um, very dark skin, a full beard, shorter hair up on the top, uh, very handsome, and he has a like a flat cap in his hand, and he's kind of like fanning himself because his suit, it's a three-piece and it's definitely wool instead of like the norm like linen or anything of that nature, and he gets off and he's kind of fanning himself from being on there, and he's like, oh shit. And this rain is welcome. Shit, it's a little hot on there. As he kind of starts to walk off and look, I think he might have glanced Marion while he was on there at least, and after knowing that he's looking for Silas, uh, he is gonna walk up. Well, you must be Mr. LeBeau.
You must be Mr. Elijah. I reach out my hand.
He takes his like, you can call me Satch. Nice to meet you.
Um, quick DM.
Mm-hmm.
What can I tell about Mr. Elijah from just his handshake? Or should I be asking
You should be asking Ren that question.
Ren? What else can I tell from just the handshake?
You could go ahead. You could make it like a psychology roll if you really want.
Cool, I'll do that. Oof, that's a failure.
I'll say probably not much more than Ren already described.
Cool.
Is his handshake firm?
It's a very firm grip. You're probably thinking, yeah, no, this is a strong individual.
I mean, that's basically what I was getting for, is what kind of
yeah, he's a strong guy.
strong
It's a nice
guy.
firm grip.
You got quite a grip there, Mr. Satch.
It's like, oh, I think that might be why they decided to look for me to come up here and help with this situation, honestly. But
Is that right?
I guess you could say a few good years in war will do that.
A veteran, I see. Thank you for your service.
I appreciate that kindly, Mr. LeBeau. I appreciate that kindly.
I think you might be one of the tallest people I've ever met in real life.
Oh yeah, this man's. I don't know how tall Silas is, but he is towering. Um, it's like, well, I, I believe I should take that as a compliment.
I I I would. Holds out her hand. Marion Willards.
You can call me Satch, Satch Walker. And he takes your hand much gentler than when he was given that firm grip to Silas. He's like, much easier. It's like, nice to meet you, Chef.
Oh, well, I'm glad that you guys will be helping look out. I've heard some things about the forests and the mountains here, so good to have some muscle.
And as the train conductor pushes the last of the passengers out of the train, perhaps our last two people could introduce themselves.
You guys are muted if you're.
Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, I've been trying to talk and I was trying to use the push to talk, and I just now realized the reason nobody responded is because it wasn't working.
Yeah. No, we've just decided to be monsters. Like, no, we're not.
I kept being like, oh, okay, I guess I'll just not. I was like, oh, I don't want to interrupt or talk over everybody. And then I was like, wait, they've done that like 5 times. Maybe something's wrong.
Maybe it's me.
Okay. All right. I think it's working now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm having technical issues. So I was gonna say, I think you guys all would see a very slight woman who seems kind of wispy and um not quite focused, almost like someone that isn't even aware that she's among a massive crowd of people, just kind of like flitting between people, very small, very lithe, very light blonde hair just kind of whipping about in any little bit of wind that's picking up. um and she just kind of very quietly like pads up to the group and kind of tilts her head forward, looking kind of askance at all of you. um Hello there. uh is Is this the party that's well, we were invited. I'm You were all gathering, so I was assuming that you might be the group. And she seems very like a little bit quiet and unsure in the moment.
The one and only. I'm Silas. Nice to meet you. And your name?
Hello, I'm Sylvia Fairchild of the London Fairchilds. Um I'm I'm hoping that I can be of service, and I've got quite an interest in, as I guess you would say, the magical properties of the air. I've been kind of called in for what is supposedly my specialty, so I'm just here to assist as I can.
Pleasure to have you.
I'm Marion. Holds out her hand.
Oh, hello there, Marion. Lovely name. I was always a fan of the Robin Hood stories myself. Um, and she very tenderly like it almost like feels like a holding the hand of something that's almost not even there. Like there's no real strength, or it's just like a little wisp of a handshake.
Very different from, even though it was much gentler, the handshake of Satch, I'm sure. It's like a bear hug of a handshake versus like a 2 kisses on the cheek handshake.
We ought to get some food in you. Dainty little figure. Ain't no handshake there.
Well, I've always been quite fragile. I was very sick in my youth, which is why I feel so much empathy for the poor souls here and dealing with that awful tuberculosis. I very much empathize with their plight. But I've never really been able to put much weight on, unfortunately. Even when I was pregnant, I was a little thing.
You've got children? How
Ah,
many?
yes. I have one daughter, Linnea, Linnea Eloise Fairchild. She's the light of my life, as it were.
That's lovely. I have a cat, so
Oh, well, that's really almost like just exactly having a child, really. Cats are lovely creatures.
I like him quite a bit. He's at home, obviously, in New York, but he would probably love it here.
All of this wilderness to explore. Oh goodness, I think this is quite one of the first times I've been in this much wilderness.
I've read about this place, but it's my first time here.
And lastly, but certainly not leastly,
Introducing yourself.
And following uh, last out of the train is a very, very world weary. He's in his mid 30s, but he looks significantly older. He's seen a lot. He sort of takes it all in. On one hand, this is pristine, untouched, well, heretofore untouched wilderness, but the train station, all that's a sign of the encroachment of industry, the increasing spoiling of the natural beauty of this country. He's been around, he's seen it all for years, and it's just another sign of the times. But he's just taking it all in, kind of. He's the type of person who thinks images speak louder than words, so he's fairly taciturn, but he sort of shyly saunters up to everyone else and just sort of says, guess we're finally here.
Howdy, you must be our last group member. And one more time, your name, I'm not very good with them.
Go by Leland Attenborough. A documentarian. Not a lot of people out here know how to use a videographic camera, I presume.
Can't say I've had the pleasure.
I've had my picture taken, but I've never used one.
Well, this is more than a picture. It's a bunch of pictures that flip together all at once, just form a moving picture. And yeah, I'm just here to sort of document how it is.
A moving picture. Now that's something.
Yeah, I'm seeing them more and more, although I can't say I've seen a movie house on the train right up here. It seems like technology might be a little slower to reach up to these parts.
I reckon so. This is the first time I'm hearing about it.
I always heard that cameras could steal your soul, so I've always been a bit weary of having my picture taken, but it's become quite popular to do, have you heard of spirit photography? It's getting to be quite a fascinating venture in my circles.
Spirit
You wouldn't
photography.
happen to be a superstitious type now, would you?
Well, I'm a medium, sir, and I'm also uh, quite versed in tarot cards and reading the future and the like. So, so I guess that would be considered superstitious to some people.
Well then, maybe I'll have you read my fortune sometime. Give me some good luck, and maybe I'll hit the derby.
Haven't seen a spirit photograph yet that I haven't been able to debunk. A lot of it just comes down to double exposure, but in my profession, we try to keep an open mind as much as we can.
Hmm. Marion's been taking notes. Spirit photography, double exposure. Has anyone attempted any of this spirit photography here?
I I hadn't had anything. I hadn't heard too many mediums coming through this way. I think there's a bit of a I feel like there's sometimes a bit of a stigma of people that are known for trying to touch death and communicate with death aren't always as welcome in places where death is finding so many, as it were.
Hmm. In my experience so far, the supernatural is just science we don't quite understand yet, but I'll be honest, I'm always ready to be proven wrong.
Well, I appreciate someone with an open mind. That's lovely to hear. I sometimes I come across the scientific types, and I've had individuals that can be quite blustery and aggressive about their scientific thoughts, and that always takes me quite aback because I'm ever so unfond of conflict.
Hmm. I don't have a problem with conflict, but I feel like if you stop being curious, then you stop wanting to learn in the first place.
Well, I think the pursuit of the unknown and that which science doesn't even have an answer for yet, I think that's the really a heart of curiosity.
Hmm. But one must always be willing to accept evidence one way or the other. That's my opinion, at least.
Well, I'm not really one to get in the way of all that scientific stuff, but I was here to do a job, so maybe we can drop off our luggages at the hotel, and maybe we can get to work soon. What do
Certainly.
y'all reckon?
I, I think that's a great idea.
That is a great question. Where are y'all going to stay tonight?
Hmm.
There are a few places to stay in town. The Hedwig Hostel is the cheapest option around. Whereas if you'd like to spend a little bit more money, you could stay at the Pleasant Lake Hotel, which is a more of an upscale type of building.
Is the Dudley house kind of in between the two?
Uh, Sylvia would
Yeah, the
look.
Dudley house is kind of in between the two.
Sylvia would look to the other woman in the group and say, "Well, I would be happy to share a room with you at that fine hotel I've heard of. Um, if you would be willing. I know sometimes women traveling together can be a little bit safer than, and I know I would feel better, and I would be happy to pay for your room."
Oh, I couldn't have you pay for me. Is she got enough money to consider a hotel like that, you think? We didn't really go over her financial.
What's your credit rating?
It's baseline 9.
I will point out that Sylvia's credit rating is 50, and you can almost see it on her.
I, I wouldn't feel right accepting charity like that. I'll chip in what I can, and then I'll send the rest to you at a later date.
Oh no, I wouldn't think of it as charity at all. Really, you're doing me a service. I get oh so anxious being by myself and traveling. So really, I would see it as you doing me a favor, not the other way around.
I suppose I could. All right, roommates.
You guys should be able to move your tokens up into town if you want.
Let me help you with your
If anything
luggage.
catches your eye along the way, you can always ask me about it or make checks about it.
So this is a. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask on the map, where is the hotel that we would be staying at? Is that the one at the very top of the map?
The Pleasant Lake Hotel is the
Okay.
is the
I think
nicest one.
I'll
Leon's-
definitely help carry their luggage to the hotel.
I'm not sure I can. I don't have much on me. I'm not entirely sure I can afford I can keep a room at the pricey place, and also it's just I'm used to sleeping wherever. The fancy place is they're kind of less comfortable for me in a way.
Well, we don't all have to stay in the same place. We're not. It's all in the same town. We're
I
not far.
myself am staying at the Hedwig Hostel. It's a lot cheaper than the hotel.
Yeah, that sounds more my speed as well.
It's bad. I was thinking the same thing. I was like, who would stay?
It's not far. If we need help, you should be able to hear us if we yell loud enough. So this is a town that's got a pretty, like, it's a touristy place. It's got, like, even if it's medical tourist, it's kind of like, there's not, like, locals leering at us like we're Gandalf rocking up with a bunch of fireworks, right?
Not inherently. If you'd like to make like a spot hidden roll or something, or
Yes.
I would also accept psychology.
I would definitely do spot hidden. Because
Nice.
I have 9.
You can
Nice!
see that you particularly, Marion, are with your lower credit rating. You can see that there's some people that look a little surprised when you guys start to make your way up towards like the more richy rich part of town to like go and stay in that type of place, but not for longer than just a couple of side glances of just like they leer just a little bit.
I don't think I'm dressed nicely enough to be in here.
Well, I think your outfit is lovely.
Oh, thank you. I mean, look at you though. You belong here.
But Marion, this is nothing that you haven't seen among the rich of the New York City elite
Yeah.
that you probably interact with all the time. They probably look at you like this.
Yeah. Yep.
Anyway,
She's a researcher around probably wealthy doctors and other scientists, so she's used to being the poor one in the room.
well, a stay at the Pleasant Lake Hotel is a little bit more expensive than a stay elsewhere. They do a weekly package for $100.
It's a lot of money.
I get the feeling that Sylvia's not here for the money.
Oh no, she's definitely. Definitely get the impression that she is here for the magic and mystery of it all.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is like this is their package. This is with the big double bedroom and the whole shebang. Like
Okay.
it comes with a
Well, she's
meal
got-
and stuff too.
She currently has 250 cash on her, so at least according to her sheet thing.
And you all would have been I don't know if you wrote it down or not, but you all would have been given at least $50 from Arkham just as your payment for the initial stuff.
Oh, that's good to know too. Okay.
Add that.
Me too, since I'm not from Arkham. Probably
Yep, so
not, but right.
this is for your payment for like doing the work that you're about to do.
Hmm.
They
so
sent
just
you
add
half
50
up
right
front.
now.
Yeah, you can add 50.
Oh.
They send you guys like each $50 up front to buy any kind of like
It-
materials that you would need or anything like that.
I gotta figure out how to add cash.
It wouldn't let me do it. I tried to save it, and it just was like, no.
Really?
Or it's being weird. I put it when I go into the toggle automatic thing, or it shows me how much that I have, but it doesn't change
Yeah,
when
we
I.
can't
Oh,
change the amount of
weird.
money we have.
Yeah.
We can only say how
I
much
just-
we spent.
I wrote it down in notes that I just
Oh,
have
sorry,
an additional
I've never
50.
played around with that much with that.
Well, it looks like you have automatic calculation and manual calculation. So if you swap between the two, so you. Oh wait, but it doesn't save it. Oh no, it does
Yeah.
save it. Yes, it does.
It does, but it doesn't display it when you change like between. It's weird. I just
Yeah,
put
that's
have
being
an
odd.
additional 50 under notes, so it's fine. You know, we don't need to really do more than that.
Okie dokie. Well, the two of you ladies get checked into the Pleasant Lake Hotel. Assume you pay your $100 and sign your names at the front desk book to a reasonably, he's probably a 30-something bellhop boy with dusty brown hair who helps you to your room. To put your things there.
Marion gets all set up. She has a little picture that she puts up from her bag of like an orange. You wouldn't be able to tell it's orange, probably. I think it's black and white photography back then, but a tabby cat that she puts on her side of because I think it's one bed in there, so like her nightstand or whatever. And just gets everything laid out very specifically in a very specific order. These are my outfits. These are my meager toiletries. These are my research books.
You actually get the impression that Sylvia has actually not that much stuff on her because she can't carry much because she's quite weak. So she just has a very small little bag with a few of these like very fine like silk chemise dresses and things that are very lightweight and then basically nothing else in the bag really except for like her little purse that seems to be holding something that she keeps kind of very close to her and doesn't seem to put down.
Not a heavy packer.
Oh, well, I find that if I pack too much, then I won't be able to get it off the train by myself, and I wasn't sure how much help I would have, so I didn't want to overpack, as it were.
They should really invent a suitcase with wheels on it.
Oh, that would be a lovely invention.
Hmm. I'm sure that will happen before the year 1972. Which is apparently when that happened, according to Google just now.
Maybe if you make it out of this and live long enough, you can be the one to invent it.
Oh my god.
So imagine
Not that
this.
anything bad would happen anyway. We're just here to find a missing person.
Yeah.
Imagine a dress with pockets.
Listen, that technology, we can't let it out of this room. I'm wearing a dress without pockets IRL right now, and I'm mad about it.
Anyways, while you guys are getting checked into the Pleasant Lake Hotel, at the Hedwig Hostel, things are significantly cheaper. I forget, how much did I tell you it cost, Vlad? Was it $5 a night?
I do not remember, but I can sure find out. Maybe.
That feeling when you made up a number but you want to be lore accurate.
75 cents a night.
Yeah. 75 cents a night.
Yeah, that's definitely more my speed.
I have an image of Elijah trying to sleep on a hostel bed and his feet just hanging out the end.
Yeah, so, but the beds at the hostel are, they're not private rooms. They are, like, large rooms with, like, or well, sorry, they are private rooms, but they're very small. It's like literally just like twin size bed, chest, and a window, and they're maybe no more than 5 feet by 6 or like 10 feet long. You know.
Definitely not a place that Sylvie would have wanted to sleep.
A little claustrophobic.
Yeah, the innkeep at the Hedwig Hostel is a short, fat, balding man named Mr. Creedy. Oh, sorry, I have Marion selected. Who gets you checked in. He's a little rude.
I feel like if Silas is walking by, Satch would walk with him as he's walking up to the. Mr. LeBeau, you said you've been staying here.
Yes, sir. Hey, Mr. Creedy, it's me again. Silas, how you doing this morning?
Welcome back.
You'll have to excuse him.
Not exactly
right
a
this
nice
way.
day outside.
I mean, have you had a chance to smell the fresh air? I'm sure that'll do you some good.
I've had 47 years to smell the fresh air.
Well, damn. I mean, a lot of time. How long we think we staying here? I'd like to get a bed room, one of them things.
Well, your quest possibly could include a 2-day trek into the woods, which would be 2 days in, 2 days back. So it would behoove
Gotcha.
you to pay for at least a week.
Yeah, he's gonna pay for a week, at least for now. Here, me doing math. He hands over the needed amount.
All right. Well, if we are all clocked or all getting checked in, I'll say that it is probably around 11:30 when you all gather again. Perhaps in the center of town, near Dr. Branson's General Apothecary. The rain is still coming and going in spats. It'll spit rain for maybe 20 minutes and then it'll stop and then it'll come back.
Well, I sure hope the weather is better on our trek up through the forest. Wouldn't want to get rained on too much. Don't want to catch any sicknesses. Catch a cold, maybe. Not ideal.
I hope the boots I brought are enough. I assume we're all meeting up, right?
Yeah.
Well, I reckon if you needed some new, better hiking boots, you can run all down to the wilderness supply. Maybe they might have something that might fit you.
That's a good idea.
Oh, I don't think I realized we were going to be going quite deep into the woods, so I definitely don't think I have anything on me at all that would be quite sufficient for such trekking. Do you think they would have anything in my size there?
I sure hope so, but if not, just stuff a few socks in your shoes, and I'm sure it'll be all right.
I must say that sounds terribly uncomfortable.
You get by, trust me.
Well,
so yeah, I think Sylvie would probably want to equip herself a little bit better with whatever gear Silas suggests would be like what she might need for something like this. She would kind of defer to his
you guys
expertise.
also don't have to rush to run into the woods. You can do all of your research and experiments and stuff and prepare over the next, little bit. Like, you don't have to run off. There's stuff that you can do before you, take a 2-day trip into the woods, is what I'm saying.
I want to go straight to Cthulhu. Where is he? I'm kidding.
Where is he?
Can I roll spot hidden on Eldritch Horrors?
Roll that. Roll a 1, maybe.
Yeah.
I'm just assuming it's in the middle of this place called Pleasant Lake.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know. I've been fishing for the past few days, and I ain't caught much more than a few carp. Definitely
Were they
no big octopus.
Were they edible?
They sure were.
Oh, good. That's good.
Fishing has been good. This time of year, I mean, there's not much more than like, bass and the typical stuff that you would find in a lake, but
Hmm.
you've been able to feed yourself pretty consistently just by eating fish.
So what do we need to get at the apothecary? Is this just preparation? We're heading out. We're starting
Yes.
tomorrow, right? What's the plan?
Well, we just met here. As far as I'm concerned, I'll be the one that mainly handles the expedition. I'll be your tour guide if anything into the forest, but as far as the town goes, that's up to y'all.
Dr. Verger does have a house here.
I do remember that. Do we know the location? It's at the Verger Haus.
Yeah, I'll say that you guys have been tipped off to where his home is, and it is the location labeled Verger House.
Oh, there it is.
Well, I reckon if there's anywhere we should start, it should be at the scene of the crime, as so to say. Why don't we head on down to Mr. Berger's house over yonder, south of where we are, end of the street, and maybe we can find something there.
I think that's a wonderful idea.
I hope you guys wouldn't be opposed to me possibly seeing if I could, as it were, commune with the spirits that might be attached to such a home, if any do exist. That wouldn't be hopefully too tawdry or scandalous of a proposition, would it?
I mean, that's why you're here, right?
I do really quite enjoy your presence already, ma'am.
I've never seen someone commune with spirits before.
The Verger House is a rather nice two-story building. It's directly next to the Cade Milling Company. In fact, as you guys are walking up to the front of the house, you can hear the days working at the Cade Milling Company, where people are sawing wood into planks to perhaps build things, and also part of it is a paper mill. You can hear the large millstones grinding during the day. There is a small boat at this dock, a little, 4 or 5 passenger rowboat, sways in the moving water here, just ever so slightly, banging against the dock.
I can't imagine living here next to that milling company. Man, it would drive me crazy.
Was Verger deaf?
I was about to say the exact same thing. I can't imagine either, and I was gonna make the same joke. Oh, that would drive me crazy, but then I thought, oh, that might be a bit in poor taste, but I'm glad you're beating to it.
A little on the nose, maybe.
I mean, he's not here.
These days, if I'm not hearing the sound of loud machinery in the background, that's what really gives me the willies. It just gets too quiet. That's
Hmm.
it's much better over here than up by the lake, where it's just you don't hear anything. I'm just not used to it anymore. I don't know if I like it, but it's what I'm used to.
You should live in New York if you don't already.
Oh, I have. I've lived in a lot of places. I've lived there, and yeah, it's in spite of everything, it's still feel at home there.
What's the lighting situation in the town? Is it electric or is everything candlelit?
Some of the buildings, most notably like the Cade Milling Company and a couple of other houses, do have electricity to them. Most of them do not, I will say.
Would I happen to have a electric lamp or any kind of lamp or no?
I'd say, yeah, you can have just a gas-made lamp, just like an oil lamp.
Sure.
In fact,
okay.
yeah, if you guys want to go through and put items on your character sheet, anything that you can have with you within reason, you can just say, I pull it out. If
An
you don't,
AR-15. All right.
as long as you're not like, oh, we have a canoe. I'm not gonna be like, where'd you guys get the,
And
That's
the
just
answer
in your
is
pocket?
from my butt.
roleplay that for me. Roleplay that one out for me.
I don't think. Do you want to
Paint me a
post this on?
picture.
Do you want to
Anyway.
post this on YouTube?
But yeah, within reason, as long as it's something, if you're a tobacco user, you can have smokes and tobacco and a lighter, that type of thing.
And a Molotov cocktail.
Oh, yeah.
You guys
Well-
arrive up to this 2-story house with a big wooden front door on it. You can tell that this is actually, let's make our first group roll of that. Everyone, make me an intelligence an intelligence check.
Ooh.
Ooh. 2 crits, huh?
Hell yeah.
Or not crits, but extremes.
Yeah, both of our extreme successes. I will say, actually, all 3 of you. You guys know that this is actually a house of German. It's European built in like that kind of style. And for those of you who had critical successes, you can tell that like Dr. Verger probably had this place built. Like this is a very, very nice home, and it's built in a classical Germanic style. Like very.
Well, I ain't no stonemason, but I can tell that this building's a little different than the other ones around here. Maybe Berger has some taste and had some artisans come on down here and make himself a nice little abode.
It does
That sounds
stick out.
well.
There's a big plaque on the side of the door that says Verger House, established 1890. And then you actually see right below it that it was made by the Cade Stonemasonry.
That's in this town, isn't it? I can't remember.
Cade is a guy who owns the mill company and apparently a stoneworking company as well.
Well,
You can tell that this front door has not been opened in some weeks, though.
Well, I wouldn't want to spook the ghosts now. Let me go on and give a quick little knock. I have to knock on the door. Anybody home?
No response?
No response. All right.
that's a good sign. You didn't hear anything extra, did you, Sylvia?
I mean, I wasn't quite listening. I was a bit distracted by just the surrounds, but if you'd like me to take a moment, I can see if I hear anything of note from either here or beyond, if you would like.
Why not?
Can I do a like basic listen check, but also like an occult check?
Yeah. That sounds perfect.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go.
As soon as you open your mind, it's hard to place explicitly where it's coming from at first, because there is so much noise around you at all times. You hear people crying out for help, like all around you, painful, dying voices. And then you are able to focus in on it a little bit more, in on the house at least. Your initial, thought, because you probably are no stranger to hearing a lot of voices at once and having to focus in on one. This place gives you an even worse vibe. You see nothing but death and darkness from within this house. And with your critical success, I actually need you to make me a sanity roll.
Oh, yay!
Hey, first
First
one.
sanity roll of the night, baby. Let's go. And it wasn't me.
The vibes are straight up rancid.
Yeah, you are able to still yourself, but it's almost in that moment where you want to shut off the connection, because it's so much death and pain and suffering that you're feeling coming from this house that it makes you truly uncomfortable. Like, almost probably want to step back for a second.
I think you guys probably do see just kind of a pallor come across Sylvia, and where she had been kind of sweet and affable, now there's like almost a withdrawing, and she just kind of very like tightly closes her eyes and whispers as quietly as possible, I'm very used to the other side, but this something very terrible is connected to this place. I don't know if we should be here.
Well, we have to. Do you not want to go inside?
You just see, like, just almost instinctively, she like grabs forward to try and like hold your hand, and like kind of like squeezes your hand ever so lightly because there's not much power in the grip there. If we must go in, we can go in, but I would like to not listen any further to this place, if that's all right with everyone. I don't think I will be doing a seance here.
Silas is definitely a very skeptical. He grew up Christian, so he would definitely make a point about that. So I wouldn't know much about that, but I did grow up Christian, and for the most part, other than the Lord, if I don't see it, I don't believe it. And I reckon you science folks might be the same way. I say we go on inside, and we'll see what we find.
She
Can I try
squeezes
the
Sylvia's hand.
doorknob?
You don't have to do anything
The
you don't
doorknob
want to do.
is firmly locked.
Well, ain't that? I don't want to say any curse words.
Ain't that about a bitch?
You might be able to see if there's a back door. There are also multiple. Give me a spot hidden, any or all of you.
How does one spell spot hidden? There it is.
Damn, some guys starting the night off
God.
good with some fucking great rolls. Holy shit.
I'm so scared that means when we really need them, life or death wise, we're gonna get like 90s.
Sylvia, Marion, you both notice that on these front three windows, the curtains are peeled back, and you could pretty easily look through. On these front facing windows, the shutters are open, so you could possibly crawl in through a window if you really wanted to.
Are the windows tall? Like how high are they off the ground?
They're about 4 feet off the ground.
Okay. I was about to tell Elijah to go over there and give me a boost, but I guess that's not necessary.
Yeah.
Match is over here lighting a fucking cigarette. Like, it's like, just hear the sound of that noise, like trying to get a lighter to fucking.
Yeah, Leland, you are right about to point out the windows, and as soon as you do, Sylvia and Marion are both already like, oh, there's the windows!
I need a boost.
You could, by the way, just walk up to them and you'll be able to see through them.
Yeah, let's peek inside.
Yeah, maybe we should kind of see what we might be getting into before we crawl through the window into a dark chasm that we might not return from, or something. You can, she just by the way she's talking, you just get a sense that she's a little bit uneasy. No.
Well, that terrifying thought. All right, she's gonna sort of cup her hands on either side of her eyes and look through the window to start. see if she sees any movement, rats or otherwise.
Sure, you
that a-
can physically move your token in front of the window and you'll be able to see inside the building. Give
Don't-
me a spot hidden check.
Okay.
Marion, through the window, it's hard to make out because it's the windows are a little grimy, and farther inside there's no light really pouring into the room. But you do see a desk with an open paper book on it, maybe some sort of ledger or something.
There's
Yeah,
a book.
Marion, or yeah, sorry. You also see just some statues and some other like knickknacks and things around.
Can Sylvia try and look in the window that's a little bit further down?
Sure.
I'm assuming she sees just about the same thing.
Yeah, she sees just about the same thing.
Well,
I reckon we can move this crate over. Maybe we can use that as a stepping stool and go through this here window. What do y'all think?
I mean, if maybe one person could go through and just unlock the door, then we
Whoa.
don't all have to shimmy through.
Yeah, I reckon you're right. Can I push this crate over to make it so I'm not trying to jump a 4-foot window?
Yeah, you can certainly push something in front of it to make it a little easier to get up.
Cool.
Sylvia,
And-
1000% does not offer to be the person to go in.
I'll
Maybe
try the window. Is it open or is it locked as well?
This window is open.
All right. I'll go ahead and step on in.
Be careful.
I'll be at the front door. Just meet me there in a minute.
All right.
The best choice of every horror-based thing, the person who does the first alone thing.
Yep. Well, just,
Well,
again,
we're characters.
we're
We don't have
characters.
meta horror knowledge, yeah.
yeah. All I know is I'm looking for a dead dude. you know.
Silas, as you hop in through this window, you see an empty hearth. Sorry, I know it looks lit up, but it's not. An empty hearth in some places where oil lamps could be hung on the wall that are empty and dust covered. Looks like nobody's been here for a couple weeks, just like your reports say.
Gotcha.
In the corner are some interesting looking statues. One of them is a gargoyle straight out of some sort of like, Central European Gothic cathedral. And the other is a very Christian statue of an angel.
I'll quickly do a little, what's it called when you make the sign of the cross on your forehead and
Just a
chest and all that?
blessing,
A blessing in front of the angel. And then I'll walk over to the door because obviously I'm here on a mission to open up the front.
Yeah.
Is this door opened, locked?
It does appear unlocked. You should be able to click
Alright.
on it and open it.
Oh, really? Ooh, this is fancy. Well, I'll
You enter
go ahead
into
and...
a very long hallway with this rather ornate purplish carpet that runs the length of the hallway atop very well kept cedar floorboards.
All right. Well, let me get this door open for the others. Anything in this room?
You do see that on the opposite side of this door has been barred. Essentially, it has like a wooden slat that could be put in here to bar off the front entrance. So you
Okay.
could pretty easily just lift it
Yeah.
up and then unlock it.
Yeah, sure. Then I'll do that.
After just a minute, the front door clicks open.
Good to see you in one piece, Mr. LeBeau.
Yeah, I made it through quite all right. No, no scares, no nothing, no ghosts. Just an old house full of dust. Now I almost slipped on an old rag, off in the corner, but it wasn't there by anything strange. You know what I mean?
As you guys are just standing here, and as you say that, Silas, I would like for all of
Oh
you to
no,
make me listen checks.
had to open my mouth.
Oh, I hate that we're
Oh.
rolling this well this early. Oh god, because it all balances out in the end.
Yeah, Thatch, keep up.
I hear it.
Satch is too busy being really hot.
It's as if for Silas and Leland, it's as if the whole place kind of groans for a second under the weight of itself. Like the creaking of floorboards and the sagging of a roof all at once, but it's Marion, for you, it's so on the spot exactly when Silas says, "There's nothing here," that it sends a shiver up your spine. I need you to roll sanity for me.
God
Oops.
damn it. Oh, okay.
So is it add to the sense of unease that Sylvia already is having hearing that, or is it just kind of the same creaky noises like Silas and Leland for her?
It just appear like a creepy house to you, to the rest of you.
Okay. Sorry. I just wanted to be sure that it wasn't like
Perhaps it was
Gonna
just
go
in
on
response to, the air had been trapped in there and you opened the front door and things just kind of like sagged for a moment, or finally. I don't know. Houses are old. They settle. They make weird noises.
I feel
I
like
think
this
it's
house
safe.
has... Go
I think it's safe to say this place ain't up to code.
ahead. Probably not. It feels like it has a personality. That's the best way I can put it.
if it has a personality, I think it's a darker one.
Maybe that's what happens in places where people die. I don't know if anyone's died here, but no one's seen him in a while.
Feels old and tired here. I don't think that's just me.
Well, the window I went through was a room, maybe like a study or some kind. And had a bunch of some papers. I'm sure you science folks might want to take a gander at those. Maybe that'll help us figure out where and when Mr. Berger disappeared.
I
The
spotted them through the
glossy
window.
eyes of the moose appear to follow you all as you walk in through the hallway.
My fallen brother.
Um,
She's
I'd like
dashing
to.
in, of course.
Can I take? Are these tracks or something got dragged here on the wooden floor?
Yeah, make a spot hidden check.
Leland is just snapping, taking strategic photos of anything of interest, anything that seems like it might be of interest here, either for the purpose of this expedition or for what he might be able to fashion out of this once this expedition is over.
Yeah. Silas first. It does appear that somebody has dragged something like large heavy crates or something across the floor into whatever room is right here.
Mm. Oh yeah, I'll let you finish with.
Leland, you were saying, can you repeat your question for me? Sorry.
It wasn't a question. I was just saying that Leland's just kind of taking the odd photo here or there of anything that might seem of interest, either for the purpose of this expedition or if it's something he be able to use after the fact for whenever he can fashion something out of all of his recordings afterwards.
Yeah.
Not really a question, it's just what Leland is up to.
Sure. Yeah, you snap a couple pictures of this front room and some of the open research that is on the table here. As you guys move back into this room, it does appear that there is like a ledger open on this table here, as well as a couple of like some research notes spread out across the table.
Marion would probably start at this table here and just start seeing if there's anything relevant, anything that's maybe dated around the disappearance, or anything just intriguing in general.
One moment. Because we're gonna have our first Alright, so firstly, on the desk there's a picture of Dr. Verger.
Handsome feller.
Did you all see that?
That's
Yes.
a very fine beard.
He's a quite attractive silver fox, as it was.
She's gonna push it towards Leland. You're our photography person. Maybe you'd be better at keeping this safe. We should probably hold on to it.
I reckon I can add that to my my collection for the moment.
Okie dokie. And the next thing is, oh gosh dang it, why won't it? Why will it doesn't show on the second screen?
Are we supposed to be seeing this other stuff?
No,
It shows everything
just,
to 10.
just
Okay,
look at
I'm closing
the
it then.
research notes. Just look at the 1890 to... Man, god damn it, that's so annoying. Why can it not just show the one image that I want it to show? Anyway, look at 1890 to 1893. And don't go ahead.
Nope.
Metagaming time.
Don't do it. You'll ruin the story for yourself.
I promise I won't.
Is the strand diagram part of what we're able to see right now?
Yes, it will be in just a
Okay.
second.
Where do we pull the-
You guys ready for my German accent?
Listen,
Yes.
you're great at
Yeah.
accents. I'm ready. I'm gonna take notes.
Alright, let me do my face exercises. Research notes 1890 to 1893. April 17th, 1890. Arrived in Pleasant Lake under the full commission by Arkham University. The sanitarium has provided minimal initial data. They believe the mountain air provides curative properties. Folk tales spun into policy. I admit, however, that patients do appear to be improved in tone, and some seem to regain their strength after several months' stay. The locals are suspicious, cagey even. They speak of a cleansing bath in the old woods, with the reverence that borders on cultic. I would remain professionally detached. June 2nd, 1893. I have observed something strange. Patients afflicted with tuberculosis, particularly those housed near the lake's edge, begin to share symptoms without standard intervention. But their recovery is too clean. No scarring, no lingering fatigue. The lung tissue looks replaced, not healed but grown anew. Microscopic studies of expelled sputum reveals organisms I cannot classify. They are elongated, thin, and twitch autonomously when removed from their containers. Standard strains do not adhere. Under pale light, they refract unnaturally. The process is slow but steady. Full recovery appears to require at least 3 months of consistent exposure to the lake air. In that time, the body expels the basilicus, or what appears to be, in 3 distinct phases. By the end, up to 3 fibrous, thread-like organisms are expelled from the body. I have recovered 2 thus far. And then there is also a diagram notated as the Strand in 1893.
Marion is flabbergasted at the idea of lung tissue just seemingly spontaneously regrowing itself.
And yes, from that look around, I need you to make me another sanity check. Any of you who are reading over this notes. Because this is completely otherworldly.
I'm so sane, guys.
You're sane as fuck.
Yeah, you guys are managing to keep it together. It seems a little far-fetched.
Yeah, I feel like Marion's taking notes of it like, he must have... I mean, this is one data point. I can't make any assumptions off this, but I will add it to my notes for now. That is strange that he would make such a mistake, though. He's a doctor of some note.
I think it's quite interesting that the locals speak of some kind of breath and have some form of reverence and cult, like he said, described it as. I think it would behoove of us to speak maybe with some of the locals that aren't directly benefiting from the tourism industry here.
It's a smart plan.
Can I also, just for shits and giggles, do kind of a cursory look at these, like the statuary that Dr. Berger has around this room and see if there's anything like that stands out to me on like a, you said like an angel and a gargoyle. If there's like, if it has any kind of specific like occult significance.
Yeah, sure, make an occult roll.
They're pretty statues.
They are very pretty statues. No markings. You can know that it's probably a specific angel, but you don't know which angel it is.
This interesting statuary, but very beautifully rendered.
Expensive.
Should we? Oh, I can imagine Dr. Berger must be well off to afford such a luxurious house for himself. Before we leave this room, can we look around for anything that might not have been
Yes.
like right out on the table?
One thing I wanted to have Marion do, that's why I moved her to the desk, was exactly that. Look at the wavelength. She wanted to sort of... She's been around scientists enough to know that there's a lot of them that are very secretive and proprietary. So there could be very well something hidden in this desk or in the bookshelves. So she'd start with the desk, just sort of like checking for false bottoms, things stuck to the top of the shelf or of the where the drawer is instead of just sitting in it, that kind of thing.
Give me a spot hidden check.
I'm deceased.
No,
I'm gonna go hop off my balcony.
everything in this desk is meticulously in order.
Seems fine.
And then when the monsters start spawning, let's go.
Yep, pretty much.
Leland's gonna see if he can find anything as well.
Jeez.
Oh, God.
that desk is something else, man.
And the cursed streak has
Not much
begun,
around.
guys.
I'm so mad about what we just missed. I'm sure there's something.
Well, if there's anything, it ain't in this room. That's for sure. I've
Nope.
double crossed this desk back and forth,
Yep.
and I ain't seen nothing.
It is clear as day in here. Well,
Often
let's
men
move on.
men can't find things.
Well, Mary,
Silas, there
That's
is
Mike.
some drag marks across the wooden floor here.
What do you reckon made these marks, Mr. Satch? You think they'd be moving furniture around, or maybe something else?
Well, the lines seem pretty perpendicular to each other, so parallel. Sorry, not crossing. Lord have mercy. Uh, Probably furniture. I'm say furniture.
Well, let's hope they have good taste. I'm gonna open up this door.
You find a coat room.
Good taste indeed. I see anything fancy?
Ooh, they're like a good hat in here.
There's a lot of fancy looking clothing in here. I won't even make you make a spot hidden roll for it. There's a lot of clothing in here. And it doesn't take you long to realize that the clothing that's in here isn't for one particular person. This is a lot of different people's clothing. There's a woman's hat, there's a man's dress coat, there's all sorts of number of boots in different sizes.
I reckon there's more clothing in here than I've owned in my entire life.
Think I could find a pair for Miss Sylvia? Was it Sylvia? Sylvia.
Give me a spot hidden check.
I don't reckon any of these will fit the little ass. Unfortunate. Guess you'll have to hit the store and spend some of that hard-earned money.
Dang.
Nothing here. Yeah, it's all in different sizes. None of them match up.
Do I see anything large like that would have caused those scratch marks? Maybe like a trunk or like a chest? Box.
You do see a box.
I
A
reckon I'd
large
like to
wooden
open that
trunk
one.
on the ground here.
That purpley one?
This purpley thingy, yeah.
Yeah, I almost thought it was the wallpaper. This thing
Or,
blended in quite
sorry,
nicely.
it is. But we can say that there's a large chest on the ground over here. Yeah,
I
as
done
you
passed
start to
it
go
up.
through it, you find more clothing.
Mr. LeBeau, listen,
It's
I'm
not-
not exactly the smart kind here, but
It's not letting me move my
there's
guy.
too many goddamn clothes in here. You think he
Well, I
might
reckon
have
that's one
extra
thing we got
company?
in common.
That's why I'm sticking near you. I'm just trying to understand. There's plenty of clothes and none of it's matching up. You think perhaps maybe he had too many guests and kept some mementos?
I reckon he might have thrown a party once or twice, and I'm sure some people might have forgotten a coat or a hat. It'd be, I mean, to this extent, maybe a little extra, but I don't think it's too far-fetched.
Yeah, just make sure that so on the left-hand side, do you have the token controls selected?
Well, I've known to throw quite a party myself, but this takes it. It's a lot of damn clothes. Maybe we should let the ladies know they can come maybe find something themselves, but
Yeah, I
they say
reckon it'd
bon
be,
temps roulette.
he doesn't need it anymore, I wouldn't think. If y'all want to hop in that room yonder, you might be able to find some boots or other pieces that might be helpful.
Can I take a look after my fresh 100. Try to see if there's anything that'll fit either of us.
Sure.
Where was that fucking roll?
It's a little outdated, the clothing, but there's some things that all seem like they look like they belonged to a woman about Sylvia's size. A few
Here's a
old-timey dresses, I would say. They're not modern by any means.
I think this should fit you.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate the offer. And she kind of takes the clothes, but you see that there's almost like a reluctance, like almost as if she has like a little bit of an apprehension about wearing something that might have been attached or like connected to someone that's already passed.
You don't have to, of course.
Oh, no, I wouldn't want to be rude. I appreciate the effort. Can I'm trying to think of what skill that would even be. Can I possibly do maybe like a psychology to kind of get an idea of why they're in a house with where presumably one man lives, there might be so many different clothes from so many different places and sizes and people. I don't know if that would...
Yeah, psychology or just a straight intelligence roll.
Maybe it was a
Okay.
hair dog. That's
I will
a
do...
silver fox.
I think I'll do straight intelligence because that is a little bit higher than my psychology, and I am needing all the help I can get.
You can think of only one reason. This guy's definitely been kidnapping people.
Oh, gee.
I freaking knew it. He's actually smart enough, but Ren's like,
Yeah. Maybe he was a hoe.
Would Sylvia connect that to
I mean-
like the cacophony of voices that she heard the moment that she walked up to this house?
Uh-huh.
So you guys all like you see at the end of this little closet here that Sylvia just goes a little bit pale and like almost like kind of sinks to the floor. Like she doesn't fall, but kind of like quietly like sinks to the floor and looks a little bit scared for a moment as she like is putting things together. Marion, I think something terrible has happened here. And I don't know if this doctor, I don't know if we knew him quite nearly as well as we might have thought that we did. Because I have a suspicion that something horrible has been happening to quite a lot of people. And that might have something to do with the amount of strange and varied clothing that is existing in this particular room.
Well, that's a little unsettling. Maybe don't wear it?
I wanted to be polite, but I think that there might be some very unhappy spirits that might be attached to this clothing in particular.
Could I rifle through some pockets and look for ID? Any kind of identification?
Yeah, give me a spot hidden. There's a few initials stitched into the tags and things, but no real identification or anything.
Okay. I will take note of the initials. You don't have to come. We'll just say I came up with initials or wrote down initials. You don't have to be like QL or whatever, you know.
Yeah, there's been quite a few people who have passed through here.
They must be hand-me-downs.
They could be.
is that that moose still giving that? Like, if we walk in
Oh, yeah.
different directions, it's,
It looks like it's
Uh,
watching you.
not to alarm any of you lovely folks here, but that cat kind of checking us out, and he points towards the moose, even though he calls it a cat, as he's gonna look at this door and
Being a
try it.
being a hunter, would I have any kind of knowledge on this moose head here?
Yeah. I won't even make you roll. You can know that this is the great North American brown moose. Very popular in this region. This was probably killed and done not very far from here.
I would love to have me a head like this in my place.
Might be able to get you one. We go trekking through them woods.
You can all see that animal would be massive. I mean, the head of this thing alone is has to weigh like 40-50 pounds.
All
If
right,
this
each
creature were like still alive, it would probably weigh like a ton.
Damn.
I mean, as much as I love hunting, I am here on business, and I don't want to mix that with any pleasure. But maybe one day I'll have to make a trek back out here and get me one of these fine moose.
I mean,
Or is it meese?
it's scientifically it is moose.
I know.
And no one is using this head if you want to save yourself the trouble.
Mooses.
Mooses, very much.
Well,
mooses.
I'm sure when the estate sale goes on down, I'll be right here with my pocket lined with cash.
Yeah.
Is it normal for Mr. Silas? Is it normal for its eyes to follow you like that? It's quite disconcerting.
Oh, I'm sure it's just a trick of the eye, the lighting around. I mean, these taxidermists, they do a good job of making the thing look live. I wouldn't put it past them to make a little glint in the eye. I wouldn't worry your little head about it.
I find preservation of corpses quite disturbing in this way. I feel like this is a tradition that should never have been brought over from England.
Well, we can agree to disagree.
She scurries into the other room because she doesn't want to be in the eye line of this moose anymore.
There is a large dining room here. Everything's gathering dust.
Large dining room, all those clothes. Mr. Sash, we were right. This man definitely throws a good party.
That's what I'm saying, man. I wish
No realistic human would own this many suits of armor in 1915, so just ignore those.
Definitely threw plenty of party.
Is there any
near the kitchen? And he points in that direction of where those two doors are.
Is there any liquor bottles or anything in here?
Yeah. You've walked right up to the liquor cabinet.
Oh.
There are some low bottles of liquor here, as well as
I
some
found the booze.
grenadine, that type of thing. This is a cocktail bar.
She's
Do
pulling
we
out
all
the
have
nicest
our own
bottle.
afflictions?
Yeah. Oh. She's gonna hand it to Satch.
Thatch being the man that he is, it's like, whew. Liquor's one thing I do know. Fanny.
Is that an expensive one?
You do pull up quite an expensive-looking bottle of imported German liquor.
Oh my.
It is open. And it doesn't look super-duper fresh. It looks like it's maybe been sat here for a couple of years and he's made himself a couple drinks out of it, but it's fine liquor, nonetheless.
Wouldn't want to go to waste now, would
It's
you?
a nice German brandy.
Thing. Whew. Shit's important.
Sylvia would particularly just look around in here and if there was any absinthe anywhere. That's the only liquor she's interested in.
Sure, we'll say you do find a small one of the little rigs that drops the stuff onto it, but it's gathering dust. It doesn't look like it's been used. It looks like an old party favorite that maybe hasn't been busted out in a while.
She would add that to her little pouch and be like, well, if no one's going to be using it, wouldn't want it to go to waste.
Yeah, I would say you can stick it in your bag.
I'm going to remind myself about this place later. Maybe I can sneak one back to the speakeasy. A little crooked grin on his face as he's looking it over, taking a sniff.
Can Marion take a quick moment to just look for the most expensive bottle in there?
Oh, Satch has got it in his hand.
Oh, he's got it? Okay. She's like, that's the nicest one here. You should hold on to that.
Listen, I don't plan on putting it down.
I didn't take you for a common thief, Mr. Sash, but I guess it'd be hard to dispose of that in a normal manner.
It's already open.
You want to take a drink with me, Mr. LeBeau?
Maybe behind closed doors now. Let's be real.
All right. Well, then I'll just hold on to this for later then.
Yes, later.
Puts the closing. He's like, I'm just going to hold on to this little bad boy.
We should probably try and keep our wits about us while we're in this place. So, waiting is probably advisable.
Mm-hmm. I'm
Well,
assuming
let's see
there's...
what's yonder.
Yeah, there's probably not a ton in a dining room. Is there?
We accidentally walk past, like,
Yeah.
that
There's
was, like,
a dead
sitting-
body on the floor that we missed.
Can I give the room a once over? Is there anything like any iconography or anything that I don't think he made a lot of notes of any iconography in that I read about at least, but is there anything in this room that mirrors that? Anything that indicates, he was talking about cult-like behavior? Any iconography that resembles something like that?
I mean, if you're looking for specifically that, then that would be an occult roll.
I am not good at occult. At all. Maybe I would ask Sylvia about it, because I know that's more her thing.
You got this. Believe in yourself. Believe.
Wait, you would like me to look around and see if there's any strange symbolism around? I can
It's not really my forte. I'm not really that studied in it.
I can give a once over for sure. I would love to be of help. Plus, this would be a fantastic room for a seance if it wasn't in a terribly horrifying house.
After you, Mr. Sash. Oops.
We both
over
of us
it.
like click, click, click. I thought I'd see a kitchen here.
Sorry, 1 second. I think I'm disconnect. My thing was disconnecting, so it wasn't rolling the occult for me. Ah, there we go.
You don't really notice anything specifically out of the ordinary, but upon looking at it again, you do notice that the angel statue in this room is the same, or the same figure as the one in the other room, in that it's recognizable to you now as Archangel Raphael, which is an angel known for, like, physical, mental, and spiritual healing. Clearly, Dr. Verger was a very religious man.
I don't see anything in particular, but yeah, that the angel iconography is coming forth in both places. I'm interested to see if we continue to see that throughout his home, because it's quite interesting and a little bit disturbing to me that he has it in 2 whole rooms in this downstairs already.
Worth keeping an eye out.
If I had a nickel for every angel statue in a room,
I'd have 2 nickels.
You guys enter into just a small pantry room where the china is kept. Some mugs hang on the wall.
Is this really like dried herbs or things?
Yeah, there's some sprigs of dried herbs. Some rosemary, some thyme maybe.
And We could find some decent ingredients. I can maybe whip up some gumbo, but I ain't gonna do that.
Why don't you make
Not
me
here. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
this would be either intelligence or I'm tempted to say like wilderness survival. What is it called? Is that what it's called? Just survival, I think, or something.
It would be survival, yeah,
Yeah,
and then you
just
choose your
survival.
kind of. So mine is wilderness because, yeah.
I don't have that.
Or would that would be natural world? I'm sorry, that would be natural
better.
world.
Ooh.
Sorry, some of those misc skills I'm still
Great.
getting
Nope.
used to calling for. There are there's a couple things here that you recognize, you know, some parsley, some thyme, and then there's some things here that you don't recognize at all.
Parsley, sage, rosemary,
Hmm.
Well, these ingredients look kind of old, maybe a little rotten. I wouldn't want to make any gumbo out of them. I think you'd be better off getting a meal down at the hostel or maybe a restaurant. Or you can come down fishing with me. We can cook us some catfish, maybe.
You said catfish. You got. Mon ami, we're gonna be best friends. Mm.
Oh, here's
Kitchen.
that kitchen. Here's that
Next up
kitchen
is the
you were
kitchen.
looking for.
Oh, does it smell stinky? That looks like squid.
Well, we'll say they're like beets.
They sure look like
There.
vegetables to me.
Beets.
It does. I
Battlestar
could see
Galactica.
how you could look at that and see squid.
It looked like squid.
I thought it was
I had
squid
it
too.
zoomed all the way out.
It's a
So I was
root-
like
it's a root
zooming. I'm like, oh,
vegetable.
okay. Yeah, that looks like
There are
carrots and shit.
some,
Now that I zoomed.
There's some food here. Some. I mean, they're a couple weeks old now, so stuff is starting to rot. But
I find it quite interesting that in a house this size, usually you would expect to see some manner of serving staff, like a cook or even just like a butler or something that would be serving the bigger rooms. I can't imagine that Dr. Vogler was doing all of the cooking in this kitchen by himself, yet no one seems to be around, which is, I would say, disturbing to say the least.
Do they hang around after the owner of the home dies? Or disappears, I suppose.
Maybe they're on vacation.
Maybe they went with him.
You would think that they would still, I mean, be maintaining the home to some degree. I don't know. It just strikes me as odd that they would have also just kind of left everything in as it was at the time they were last cooking. Things aren't necessarily put away.
Well, I reckon if we find maybe some kind of records saying, you know, who he's hired and if he even has staff, maybe that'll answer your question.
I mean, it's not their home. What reason do they have to stay around once the boss man is gone? It's not like anyone else is paying them.
I suppose.
I suppose you might be right. Never mind. I just find it disquieting. That's all. Can I? I'm trying to think of what skill this would be, but just trying to get an impression if I believe, if Sylvia at this point believes that people have been kidnapped and brought to this house, would she think that there's enough food being kept in this kitchen to support multiple people on the regular, more than just one man?
It's a good question. You start to look around and you can see that this is, much to your suspicions, this is only enough food for 2, maybe 3 people.
Okay. That actually, for some reason, makes her more disquieted. Those two suspicions together do not paint a pretty picture.
No, they do not.
Is there any obvious like meat locker or meat storage here?
Yeah, actually, there's a cold storage room like right over here. Like a
Sylvia's
pantry.
just gonna take a very quick glance in there because she hates herself.
Follow the meat.
You should be able to click on the door and open it. You do see a small meat locker. Some other various herbs hanging from the ceiling again here, as well as some dried meat.
Can I do one of those natural world
Yeah,
checks to see if I get any sense of what I'm looking at?
sure.
Nope.
You see a whole, like, it's some sort of animal leg. Maybe it's a leg of venison, or it's probably too small to be a moose. But there is like just one of the things that you notice in here is just a hanging, most likely deer leg.
Oh, there. I mean, I guess a lot of people get their food from hunting in the local area. I suppose that makes sense. I'm going to get out of here because it really does not smell so great.
There's a large pot of salt.
Well, that makes sense for the time, I'm sure. Okay. Are we continuing forward along this path, I presume?
Satch, this is the back door,
Okay. Oh,
which
it's
is also
locked.
locked. If you would like to unlock it, you could.
I would like to unlock it.
But yeah, this is the back exit. You see the the pump well is back here.
Ooh. Alright, well, the water out here, along with the bat, just back
You
out
also
here.
notice that there's some clothes hanging on a clothesline back here that appear to be very old and decaying at this point. Look like they've been hung up on the line for several weeks.
Well, the weather then got to that.
Oh, that can't be good for the fabric.
Doing your laundry is a Sisyphean task, mind you.
Never ends.
Never ends.
I do hope that you still participate in that Sisyphean task.
Oh, I sure do, but Sisyphean it is, nonetheless.
That is a relief, Mr.
That is
Silent.
also the most depressing thing.
This is why I only travel with 3 pairs of clothes, usually.
Actually, you know what? Out of curiosity of the clothes here, is there anything like would I know it's in tatters at this point, but like something that I'll say doctorish scientists like those
Yeah.
kind of like say if they're doing something that requires them to be clean or have a clean gown on.
You do immediately spot like a doctor's apron hanging up out here and a lab coat, as well as just other clothes that are probably Dr. Verger's hanging out here that were probably laid out at one point to dry and then never retrieved.
Gotcha. I have the worst spot hidden, but I am curious to know
Sure.
if there's just potentially a stain they just couldn't get out, like blood.
Must be wine.
Could be wine.
Sure, yeah, you can roll.
Could be liquor.
Guys, don't laugh at him. He tries.
We all have our strong suits. I rolled 100 on a 90 spot hidden, so
It's initialed EV on the lab coat.
Well, I guess he didn't have people stay around long enough to make sure his laundry got done.
Still a light drizzle outside.
Should we?
Maybe we ought to get back inside before it starts pouring. I know there's a few more rooms that I reckon need searching. Not to mention, I think I saw a staircase. Especially it being a two-story house.
It's a pretty
You're
big
right there,
house,
huh?
right?
Yeah, there is a second floor, and there's also a basement stairwell.
Hmm.
Oh, that basement is going to be such a problem.
I'm so excited for the basement. Oh my god, I'm so excited.
I'm ready to get
Nothing-
fucked up in the basement.
Nothing terrible ever happened in the basement. Point
Nope.
me to it.
Exactly.
Where's the basement?
Where is she at?
It's the dark, spooky hallway.
Should we continue to look through the rooms?
I reckon we go floor by floor, you know, now that I think about it.
Yeah, you take one look at the dark, spooky basement, and it's a little spooky.
We'll get
Sylvia,
back to that.
Both
Sorry?
of them kind of look at each other, I think, and then they're like, you know what, maybe we should go back to the other room.
You think what I'm thinking?
I think you're right. I think you're right, mon ami. I think you're right.
I think I saw something over in that other room there, over where Sylvia's at.
Yeah.
We gotta check that out.
We
Marion
certainly should.
Marion's in her notebook. She looks up like, "Oh, we're not going in the basement."
Oh,
Oh,
not yet, not yet. That's there's Dot down there. Probably be best to go together, so we just gotta stay up here first.
Why do today what you could do tomorrow? I say we put it off for now.
Yeah, we just tuck it away. We ain't see nothing.
This room appears to be a small parlor. There's a harp in the corner, as
Now
well
this
as
room-
a. You guys can make me spot hidden checks in here if you'd like to look a little further.
oh yeah, definitely.
Now this room reminds me of the parlors I used to do seances in.
Where is? Oh, there it is.
Another nice. A 90% spot hidden is
Mhm.
crazy.
That's
she
why.
committed.
Yeah, I did.
She
I
just wants to
committed
see
the middle.
everything.
Yep.
What's this
I mean,
at
she's
all?
a researcher, so it makes sense. She observes for a living.
Just don't lose your eyes now.
Well, and that's why that 100 was so wild.
You guys,
Yeah.
you guys both, Sylvia and Marion, you notice that there's a couple of, this seems to be like some sort of music room. There's, like on the table is a weird, like, goat horn. And there's also,
Like a shofar?
yeah, like that you would blow into.
I'm in the Eldritch Horrors. I'm just kidding. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I'm not a much of a musician. I pick it up and start blowing on it.
Oh
Actually,
my
I am a
lord.
musician. I have a harmonica, don't I?
Oh my lord.
I will say I was gonna say there is also like a harmonica and a tambourine on the table, just some.
I could have sworn I put in my backstory
There's
that
a
I had a harmonica,
guitar.
but maybe I didn't.
Listen, you play the blues.
Yeah, I actually did not put it in my background.
There's
I
a
do
small
not know the
bongo
harmonica.
drum. There's all sorts of just musical instruments in here.
What do I roll for giving a good tune?
So I would, that would be
Or wouldn't that be like an art craft thing, right?
it would have to be an art craft thing, yeah.
I have none of that.
So I guess you could just do me just a general.
Just a D100.
Yeah, or just like education.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, sounds damn good.
Difficult. Well,
All right, you're
wow.
gonna have to come down to the speakeasy down in Louisiana, all right?
I might take you up on that offer after we're done with these eldritch. I mean, these normal, not horrors.
I can put you up. You don't gotta worry about nothing but getting down there.
I think it's interesting that a doctor has such a vast array of strange instruments in his home. It's very Very odd.
Man of many talents must be.
I hate to just keep asking to roll this because I feel like I'm like a broken record.
Spam, spam, spam.
But can I roll occult to see if there's some kind of like significance to the strange array of instruments that he has?
Sure.
I mean, I'm the same with spot hidden, so they are currently very relevant skills.
Nope, they're just instruments.
I love when
I mean,
roll
you know that that specifically a goat horn has significance in Jewish culture.
Well, it's very interesting. Maybe he's just a purveyor of music, a supporter of music. Shall we continue on and search for more, I guess, clues, as it were?
I suppose.
A latrine.
There's a small bathroom. Rather large bathroom.
Most important room in the house.
Huge brass clawfoot tub.
Would his what would be the word? Toiletries be still there, or are they missing? As if he's taken them on of the only things somebody would take when mysteriously disappearing. If they're still there, then it really is disappearing. If they're not there, it's almost like he ran away. So, are there
You do see that
toiletries?
there's still some toiletries, but very notably on the counter where a razor would be, his shaving razor is missing.
I found
Some of his toiletries are missing. They seem to be taken.
I find you can learn a lot about a man by examining where he does his business.
I try not to examine where I shit. I'm sorry. I can't keep a straight face on that one.
I don't know if this is just because like the map or if this is actually there, but is there actually like strange occult symbols on that counter there?
Which counter?
This one.
Nah, it's just a sink.
Okay. I wasn't sure if that was
I didn't
just...
even notice that till right now. Yeah, there's totally a Star of David there, but no, it's not real.
She did an IRL spot hidden.
Yeah, she did an IRL spot hidden and saw some shit I didn't even think about. Yeah, sorry,
The
no.
symbols.
Good looking out, though. Good looking out. I appreciate it. I have to. If I had anything to give you in this bathroom, I would give it to you there. But
Well, let's not have a party in here. This ain't really the room for it. I reckon there's some other spots that we may need seeing to. And then I will go past this hallway and like kind of like block my eyes as I walk past, not looking.
What, down the dark basement stairs?
Yep. I don't know what stairs you're talking about.
Marion is
Very
staring.
gently pushing forward. The other two like, no.
And, can Sylvia look in that little armoire that's in that little hallway?
sure.
Should I roll something for that, or do I just open it?
As you are searching through it, I won't make you make a roll for it. You find a small set of keys.
Interesting. I will add that onto my inventory list.
Every key has its hole, and every hole has its key.
As you're looking through it, you do find some other things in here that appear to be like, this is maybe like a maid place. Something where the maid would keep their things. Small cleaning rags.
So this looks like the kind of thing that a maid would use, but still no hide or hair of any kind of cleaning stuff currently. But anyway, I digress. Shall we continue forward through the terrifying hallways?
Can I just take us 2 steps closer and just listen real quick?
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm fine. This is as far as I'm going, I promise.
Oh, that's a check.
Um, it's eerily silent. There's nothing.
Hmm.
I really hate to lace your listen check on that. I'm sorry.
No,
but,
no, it's fine.
You don't hear anything.
Just because
That
I
just
rolled
means there's
doesn't mean
nothing
there's
there.
Yeah, just because I
We're
rolled
good to
doesn't
go.
mean there's shit to find. Hey, get your butt back here!
Mon ami.
See, you can
Down
maybe
the
hear the
hallway.
dripping of something in the basement, like
Could be a
you
pipe.
know, water dripping.
There's something water dripping. It could be anything.
Is that
Blood.
in front of Sylvia? Is that like another armoire, or is that kind of like a side table?
This is actually it is a large cross on the wall. It's kind of inlaid into the wall. It was where you would put like a motif of like a religious motif. It's like a nice cross with the rosary and a little like, you know, setup dealy where you would come and pray or whatever.
Mr. Voker appears to be a very religious man for someone that I suspect is kidnapping and murdering people.
Just because he had a bunch of
Wait, what?
old clothes doesn't mean that he's a murderer. Now I think we're jumping to conclusions.
That was the first time you said those exact words, right?
Yes.
That's She scribbles down in her notebook. Where the hell did Satch go?
In his mind, he was like, "Oh, there was a room back there." Since we checking all the rooms now, since we just opening doors willy nilly and shit.
This
Well-
is another small parlor building. There's a liquor cabinet along the wall. Like
Damn
this
it,
is
I
more
knew-
of like a full wet bar. Like this is like it's got all sorts of stuff in it.
Looks like there's a second floor.
Oh my god.
What gave
His
it
eyes are
away?
sparkling.
As
His
well
eyes are
as
sparkling.
on the table is like a powder horn for like a rifle.
Mon ami, you might want to come in here.
I reckon I can take a gander. What do I see here? Do I see
Powder
the
horn.
rifle itself or just the horn?
You immediately notice above the fireplace hanging is a large, like, smoothbore rifle.
Very old style rifle. I'd imagine being smooth.
Yeah, it's very old. It would be
And
a
muzzle loader.
Packer, yeah, a muzzle loader.
This guy really likes
You can actually imagine that this was probably like it's set up on a plaque that looks like it was like military used. It's got an American flag behind it. It's probably like some sort of Revolutionary War memorabilia piece.
Now, would it be disrespectful of me to take it down?
I reckon that's a piece of history. Ain't really much of a toy, you know. If you're looking for a good rifle, I reckon you can buy one over at the store. I'm sure they got something.
Like, oh, I planned on hitting that. I can smell the gunpowder. But,
The gunpowder horn is empty. It just appeared to just be a decorative piece on the table.
Are all of those scratches around the room actually there?
So rug tassels.
Oh, is that what that is?
The
Okay.
rug's coming alive. Roll sanity.
Somebody's cutting a rug. Get it?
Yeah.
That explains why they're in
Out
specific
on the
places.
table is a copy of the, it's like a New York medical magazine.
I'll take a flip through it.
It's several years old, but probably still has relevant information in it.
Yeah, I'll take a look.
This
I
just
probably
in,
read it before.
germ theory. Those pesky little things. What are they?
Those pesky little guys.
In my notes, in all caps, germ theory.
Turns out there's no such thing as having too much blood.
Bloodletting is out, ladies and gentlemen.
Are your organs haunted?
Yeah, it's just a very pulpy 1900s medical magazine.
Doctors hate this one simple trick.
9 out of 10 doctors
Fucking
love
shit.
this. Is there anything that he wrote just as a quick perusal?
Going through it, yeah, actually I'll say, yeah, he probably kept it because it has a small excerpt that's something he wrote in it.
If I could get published, I'd do the same thing.
Was it open to a particular page?
No, it was closed.
Well, are we going to explore the horrifying basement or the clarifying?
Well, I reckon I'd much rather go to heaven than hell, so up it is.
I fucking love Silas. God damn it.
You should be able to walk all the way up and it'll teleport you up to the second floor.
I like this. Oh my
Oh,
god.
taking a quick
Nice.
peek at these
Fancy.
little paintings.
Yeah, for sure. This painting is a large portrait of Dr. Verker when he was very young.
Wait, did I accidentally go in the
Oh, he is
basement?
a handsome fellow right there.
The upstairs.
Accidentally
But
go
did
in the
you go to the
basement.
basement?
Okay. He's dead. Alright guys, let's wrap it up.
Wait, no, is the basement this like room?
No, we're in
Or-
the upstairs. I thought.
Oh, that's
Actually, this looks like a basement, rather. This sure looks like a basement. What the?
Oh yeah, you
Oh,
guys are in
yeah.
the basement. What the fuck?
Oh shit.
That was a little glitchy. Oh, now I'm inside the walls. Oh my god.
Okay.
I
I'll let
actually
you
went
handle
to the basement because
Oh,
I
no.
thought
Hang
it
on.
was.
Ah,
Well, now we know it's not a scary basement.
Well, that's the only part that we can see. Who knows what's hiding down there?
Is that everybody? 1, 2, 3, 4.
No, you're missing me.
Hang on, let me
Alright.
fix those.
Uh-oh. Game is paused.
why is there?
All right, I'll just have to move you up and down. It's fine.
Time to start spamming the staircase.
I deleted the staircase.
Okay. Let me out. Let me out.
Help me!
Yeah, but you guys enter up into the second floor. Just like below, there is another one of those little religious motifs.
Would this be like a sunroom or viewing like?
It is a
Balcony.
small sunroom. It's like a little viewing balcony with a stained glass window.
Is that the front door underneath me?
Probably, yeah.
I'm gonna try
Oh,
this
wait, hang
door.
on. Are you guys not on the right?
I'm not gonna try the door yet.
Uh-oh.
The world has gone black.
There we go. Now you should be on. I hope you're on the right level now.
I mean, I thought we were on the right level. Looked right.
Well, that's a lot.
Yeah, there's that's the front door that you can look down. There's a big window that you can see through.
Sylvia, didn't you find some keys?
I did find keys. Yes. Do we need to unlock some doors?
This door seems locked, and I'm sure Silas or not Satch could break through it if he wanted to, but let's try the less aggressive approach first.
see him ready to roll up, take off his jacket, roll up his sleeve.
Yeah,
we're doing left.
you guys can go through the couple of keys. There's only around 5 keys on this key ring, and one of them you find does open this.
We'll hold off on lowering the property value for now.
All right, mon ami, if you say so. Oh,
Pineapple.
A bedroom with a dining table in it?
Is that a hat?
Wait.
Great tell. Why are there pineapples on the floor?
Is he a swinger? Are they upside down?
I didn't see the one on the floor. That's so fun. Yeah, this does appear to be some sort of guest room. You do find odd that just as you move into the room, having unlocked the door from the outside, you see that there is actually no way to unlock this room from the inside.
oh, hell no.
What?
Oh, hell no.
How sturdy is the door?
Pretty stout
Is
door.
it like... Yeah.
Well, there's a way in from the outside, but there ain't no way out from in here.
Must
That
be
does
one of
not
those
make me feel very
child-proof
good.
locks, you know what I mean?
Child, but she.
Like opening a car door in the future.
Silas. Over
Yes,
here in
is
front
that-
of you is what would have been a really nice, it's like a glass covered, display piece where you would put, a book. However, the front of it is actually left completely open, and whatever book was on this is not present. The
You
lectern
reckon
is
there might have been a robber in here one of these days? Because I feel like if there's anything somebody wants to steal, it'd be something in a display case.
Perhaps. But they didn't take any of the other valuables that we've seen so far. Depends what it was, I guess.
Must be a really good read.
Are we just glossing over the fact that no one can exit this room from
No, that's...
outside?
lends credence to your theory, certainly. Are there any indications of someone being trapped in here? Like,
Are there any scratches at this door?
yeah, scratches, exactly.
Let me lift
Give
up
me a
the
spot
rug.
hidden.
How about that?
Listen.
I'll do it too.
Marion?
I asked about it too. Yeah.
Okay.
Don't worry, I'll get another 100. I clicked it and then nothing. Oh, there it goes. It was just being real slow.
Oh no, you got a
Oh!
Never
one.
happened again.
Oh my god!
You don't see anything immediately. No scratches on the floor, no scratches on anything. But, Satch, as you are looking over this, you can see clear as day that this room has been painted over a dozen times. And you would go to bet that you guarantee if you started to peel back the wallpaper and look underneath that you would find things. And if you started to pull up, the floorboards, that there would be something nasty between the floorboards,
Okay. Yeah, I don't get a good feeling in here.
Yeah, this is absolutely a room that you lock someone in.
Is there anything with any of these?
Maybe he just wasn't a fan of the color.
Anything
I'm
with
not
any of
saying
these
this.
paintings
Wallpaper.
that they could be used to observe someone or contain something inside of it?
Like those eye holes that are not
Might you
really
give me a
there
spot
or
hidden?
removable. Yeah.
Me wanting to immediately just start ripping this room apart.
You pull back the paintings, and none of them have any false backs or anything. They're paintings of the forest. Local paintings, you would assume. Some of the mountains and of the trees and things.
So
This room kind of has a nature theme to it.
Mm.
So I'm gonna make a very unadvised question. Can I do one of those listen occult rolls again in this room in particular?
You can.
I can only imagine the vibes will be even more rancid in here.
That's just pulling at wallpaper.
Oh, a 3. Uh-oh.
It's a really good listen. Not very good occult. Don't know what that means, but I am here for it.
I'm gonna say that yes, you get this the only thing that you sense in this room is like isolation. Strangely enough, not death.
What about the what books are these? Is there
It's a-
any? Are these just more nature books?
It's a pretty wide
this kind of
collection
real
of books.
book?
You see some just bestsellers, lots of Jane Austen books. They're all heavily dog-eared and look like they've been gone through many a time.
I will say, rules wise, combined roles versus individual roles. If you know what that means, Miss Keeper.
In what sense?
For the listen occult check, anytime you do like 2 checks at the same time instead of rolling like 2 different checks, you do a combined roll, and you actually have an option for combined rolls, I believe, in this.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so when you open up and you click your skill and it says roll type regular rolled card, there's also combined roll and opposed roll. And so a combined roll would be if you're doing, again, 2 different skills, but you got to roll under for both of them. So a single roll would take care of both of them, but it could, for skills that are varying, like say you have a skill in 20 in one skill and then like an 80 in another skill. So if you hit like a 40, you pass one, but you failed the other. So combined rolls.
Oh, that's actually
Interesting.
very helpful because my listen and my occult are both 60.
Yeah, and so, but regardless, yeah, you take the single roll, which would have been the 3. But I mean, I'll let you. You're the keeper.
Okay,
I'll
yeah,
let you
no,
keep
I
that.
did. Yeah, I mean, if that is rules as written, and then that's a lot better. That makes more sense. That makes it a lot better for you. So yeah, we can roll with that.
And then roll sanity. Yeah, I'm kidding.
Well, yeah, this is what you're getting talked into. Yeah, you get this immense sense of isolation in this room, but not necessarily death. Um, you get the sense that all of the people who stayed in this specific room, this isn't the source of that negative deathly energy. This is more of just an isolation type of place. You do get the sense, like this weird feeling of like, it almost makes you want to throw up. Like you want to purge something from your body. You feel lots of people have coughed and thrown up and excreted things from themselves in this room.
I'm having a connection to who might have been in this room, and I'm putting together this sense that I think maybe he was keeping people in some kind of medical isolation while they were sick, because there's a sense of like coughing, and I feel like I'm gonna like hack something up, like I'm gonna, oh, that's a horrible term, I hate the term hack. Oh, it's very American. But I have this like nauseous, unhealthy feeling, and I don't think this is where people were dying though. I think this is just where people were held, maybe. But I can't tell yet if that was for their own good or for ill or somewhere in amorphous in between.
I'm gonna have you make me a sanity roll, and then we're gonna take a quick 5.
Awesome.
She's
Oh,
got
she
good
made it.
sanity.
Yeah, just as you are about to seal off this, your connection for a moment, you hear very clearly the voice of a woman scream directly in your ears. Help me!
Ooh.
And we're going to take a quick 5-minute break.
I
Okay.
would be back.
Who's ready for terrifying basement?
Listen, I was getting ready to say what we're not gonna do. What Ren wants to do is rip up floorboards. What Satch is like, absolutely fucking not. He's standing at the door just in case, like, nah, I don't want nothing to slam this door shut. Absolutely not.
I'm gonna be right back on the 5-minute. I'm gonna go run to the bathroom.
In his mind, he's just thinking all this hoodoo voodoo shit. God damn it.
Listen, it's just a place where, what's the term, haints might gather.
Oh god, that's all he's thinking. He's like, oh.
Haints is one of my favorite words. I don't know the etymology of it at all. I should look that up.
Lord of mercy. Fucking hates it. He's like, oh hell no. He's like, I'm gonna have to get a nice little cleanse when I get back. Shit.
Let's
Too
see. The
much.
word haint is an alternative spelling of haunt, which was historically used in African American vernacular to refer to a ghost, or in the hoodoo belief, a witch-like creature seeking to chase victims to their death by exhaustion.
Uh-huh. Yeah. You say that shit to him, he's like, uh-uh.
Oh, and here's
No.
something about the bottle trees. Hey.
Tree.
I feel like I learned a lot about like that, some of that culture watching South of Midnight.
Mm-hmm. Listen, as long as you don't see a Rougarou, I'm alright.
Hey, you said it!
I said it.
You got it. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you, I appreciate it. It wouldn't know it without you, because I was struggling.
I need to play
How
South
was
of
how
Midnight.
you
I've been
see?
trying to do a southern accent. That's funny.
Listen. It's in our Tuesday game. I'm playing a character who's got an Austrian kind of accent, and we have a character who's got a southern accent. And I have once successfully accidentally started doing a southern accent, and another time very barely caught myself. It is a struggle.
I was thinking of making my character like Australian, but it's like, hold on. I already know. If I try to do Australian, it's just going to keep morphing and
Oh,
morphing until I
no.
hit Southern.
Oh no!
Or no.
That's the only. God, my friend Cell would
Good
be
night, Mike.
horrified.
I might.
G'day, mate. That's it.
Mate.
That's all I'd be like. That's the entire time. Just
I'm fighting so hard the southern accent because I grew up in North Carolina. So like just hearing a southern accent is like so easy to get pulled back into.
It's so funny that the accent in Canada where I'm from is very specific, but I suck at it. And I've heard so much more of the American Southern accent. I feel much more confident than trying to like, oh fuck you, bud. Like that's about all I can do for Canadian accent, you know? Out
We
for
need
a
that
rip.
Midwesterner. For
Like,
sure.
'cause I'm from Vancouver, where it's like nobody fucking talks like that. That's like going to Seattle literally and being like, why don't y'all sound like this? You know? I wish I could do the Canadian accent though. It's so fun. The maritime accent is more accurate. If you ever watch like Letterkenny,
Never heard of it.
it's a
Oh, I love
sitcom.
Letterkenny.
Yeah, it's a pretty popular in the States, but it's still a little niche. I know that he'd be good to Laura. I know that much, but love a good hockey show. Just kidding.
All right, I'm back. 10 out of 10
Cool.
so far, guys. Thanks.
10 out of 10?
Oh, I'm having a fucking grand old time right now.
You and me both.
We love a good inspection.
Is everybody back?
My girl's made for inspections.
Well, I'm always used to being the keeper. I have yet to actually play as a player, so this is fun for me because it's like,
yeah.
but I'm trying not to metagame because like I know like all the monsters, you know.
It's
You're
like
not
that,
gonna
like
see
in
this
D&D.
one coming.
Yeah.
Oh no, homebrew.
Alrighty. I didn't hear I'm back from Bookish and Mr. Bookish yet. Are you guys back? Okay, still on break.
Guess that's
No worries.
I keep getting emails because I have one of those Quest headset or VR headsets. Meta Horizon wants to know my birthday, and they keep on asking me over and over again by email. And it's like, number one, you cannot have information that you don't already have, and number two, I'm shocked you don't already have my birthday because your
especially
Facebook.
Meta, because it's Facebook. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually,
I
this
don't know.
game just came out for VR that I mean, I really bought it for my girlfriend, but it's called like Nighttime Walk or something. Or, oh, let me find
Ooh.
out. Midnight Walk. Midnight Walk. It's a VR horror game, and it's done in like a claymation style. So I really want to try it out too.
Aw, that sounds cool.
I've been playing Blueprints.
Unfamiliar, unfortunately.
Oh, I've heard of that. I have a couple friends
Oh,
playing
it's
that.
so good. It's like it's a roguelike where you're essentially drafting rooms in this like ever shifting mansion.
Mm-hmm.
Every
Ooh.
time you move through a door, you get to choose from like 3 rooms that like pop up, and then the house builds itself for the day. And then once the day ends, you have to go back in, and like it'll be a completely different mansion the next day. You're trying to make it as far as you can. It's so much fun. It's very Lovecraftian.
I
Yeah.
have.
Oh, are you guys back?
Yep.
Sweet. Okie dokie. Okay, so now that we are all back, I will say that continuing on with that that sanity check, because your listen roll was so good and it was that listen occult roll, I am gonna say that I would like everybody else in this room to make me a sanity check as well, because it's from Sylvia, but you all see as her mouth does not move to make the scream, this harrowing scream of this woman, just like you heard Sylvia scream, "Help me."
I fear 2 of us have almost the identical color. So I saw 007. It's like, oh, perfect. And I look 47. Oh, still pass. But I was like, oh man.
Fuck.
We have our first sanity fail.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god, that's. Oh, did you hear the sound? Oh my god, Tricket.
Nope. Not a fan.
Satch,
not
you
a
are
fan
going
of
to
that.
take 4 sanity. Can I get a sanity roll from, wait, who is that? 1, 2, 3, 4? Do I say, who's left?
Sylvia?
Sylvia. Oh no, she already did hers. My bad. She did
hers.
hers. Yep.
She gets
We're all good
both.
then. But yeah, Satch, you do take 4 sanity points as this disembodied scream comes from Sylvia.
There is a mess of French that comes out of his mouth as he steps out of that room and into the hallway.
I
Like,
I hate
hell no.
to what's the word? Go on a tangent. Has anyone ever watched the show Lovecraftian? No. Lovecraft Country.
No,
I
but
need
I've
to
heard of
start.
it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, let me just say there's this one scene where this girl's like yelling and the main character just decks her, just punches her to shut her up. It was hilarious. And I was about to say, can I just, but I was like, no, let me not punch the smallest character in the group.
Inside thoughts. Inside thoughts.
Inside thoughts. Yep.
She is so tiny.
So we won't be doing that.
And it only lasts for around a second or so. But
So
You alright,
after
Satch?
comes
Sorry.
after that comes through Sylvia, she also like runs out of the room, very similar to Satch, and like just kind of like tries to get really quiet and compose herself, because like that was too close to a spirit for comfort.
You two all right now? What happened back there? What was all that ruckus?
Something.
I ain't fooling with no. Not that close to my goddamn head. Hell no. Hell no.
There was a disquiet spirit, and she was screaming in my ear, begging for help. I think it's that room, that place where people were kept. I didn't sense any death there, but I think it was just the overwhelming sense of being trapped. Maybe even in death, that woman still feels trapped in that room because that's where she spent most of her time.
Well, that's not great.
I ain't
More of
mentioned
this
it before,
spirit talk. I'm sorry. I just don't follow.
well, I can tell you at least a little bit that room there, if we would have went through the floorboards, if we would have tore down some of that wallpaper, we would have found something not very pretty.
Honestly, based on the physical evidence, I feel that's, even if you ignore any of the supernatural, I feel like that's accurate.
I mean, maybe, but I didn't come here to do no redecorating. So I say we keep pushing on forward.
Well,
So
she
if
looks
There's a
over the
billiards
satch.
room. A game
Shall
room.
we?
it's a goddamn torture house, I swear to God.
And
I
another
wanna-
statue of Archangel. Archangel.
I could be your
Archangel.
devil or angle.
Raphael. I can be your devil or I can be your angel. God damn, okay.
It's okay, Trinket. You're only saying literally all
The
of the
mid-session dab caught me. It's fine. The mid-session dab got me.
words.
Yeah,
I
there's
don't care none
some
of this.
checkers sets, like some backgammon maybe, chess, set of cards at the table.
You go with a pool cue, Mr. Satch.
Got one of these in my speakeasy back home.
I pick up the pool cue and try to play around with it. Or not the cue, with the stick. To play around with the pool cue.
This game is set up so that solids is one ball ahead, and you could pretty easily win the game. It's as if somebody gave up mid-playing of the game.
Let me see if I can sink that last solid then.
The Resident Evil player in me wants to be like, finish the game.
Yep, I'm
Then
doing
the
it.
statue will move.
Listen, I'm about to say, Sash grabbed the stick too. He's like, you know, I'm gonna hold on to this in case I need to smash something.
What do I roll for pool? Luck,
Luck.
maybe?
Yeah, straight up luck.
You got this, mon ami.
Oh no,
I jinxed it. I
missed.
apologize.
Yeah, it goes right all around. No, you completely miss.
Maybe I need some more practice. I put down the stick.
It's all about angles, really. Can Marion take a shot?
Arch angles?
Yeah, you would
Yeah,
technically.
Archangel.
So now what are you gonna do? So are you now gonna like assume the position of solids, or stripes?
Sure, I'll do the other one. The one that Silas didn't do. Is that luck?
That would
Or
be
could I
luck.
argue for intelligence?
This is luck.
Okay.
You sink the first ball.
Angles. Not doubles, sorry. I know.
Technically, you could shoot again.
Oh yeah, that's right.
You nail the second ball.
Maybe I need you to teach me sometime.
All that's left is set up is the 8 ball. Do you go for the third shot?
Yeah!
Kind of have to. Let's go.
Woo!
Yeah, you nail all 3 balls against the odds.
She dances around with the pool cue above her head and then collects herself and puts it back down. It's it's all about angles. I can teach you.
We'll get together sometime
I
and
wish there
then
was
we'll do that.
Actually, because you nailed all 3 of. I'm gonna give you a little boost to your luck.
Ooh!
And a secret door opens somewhere. Maybe.
Exactly.
We just hear a click.
And it'll
Thank
pop
you.
up on the
Extra luck.
screen. A door has opened somewhere.
Yes.
You I you walk into a room with 4 statues. One of them is slightly off the pattern. I love
Oh my
that kind of
god.
thing. Yep.
Gotta
I
change
Start
the
just
going.
camera angle.
I start
No,
going to
no
all the
Resident Evil
walls
puzzle.
and start just touching all the walls, oomph, 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 like that.
spamming the action key, the interact key.
Yep.
I'll come teach you at Silas's, or not Silas. You got 2 S names at Satch's Speakeasy. 3
Well,
S
his
names. You
name
got
is
I'm
Sylvia.
Elijah. I
Elijah.
just don't go by it that often.
If you go by Satch, that's what I'll call you. Doesn't feel like there's much more in here. Can I just take a quick rifle through everything on this table before we go?
Sure.
Would that be spot hidden?
Yeah.
Okay.
Strangely enough, among the things, you find a deck of tarot cards.
Oh.
They're in German.
Hey, Sylvia, I found some tarot cards. I feel like she wouldn't know that you're not supposed to touch someone else's tarot cards, so she just picks them up.
Cecilia gets called back into the room by that.
She'd bring it out to you.
So tarot cards. She can she start flipping through them and obviously kind of getting a sense of for one, how well used they were, or if they look like they've been used consistently or not.
Yeah,
But
these
also
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, but also get kind of a sense of if there's any distinctive or specific symbology that is unique to this particular tarot deck.
So these are actually, this is a pretty old deck of cards, and the lettering is in German. But it's just a simple set of, this would have been in super old school deck of cards, before they added the 42 minor arcana. This is just the straight, main old school tarot card setup. And they look to be, these have got to be 40 years old. They're well kept, though.
They're beautiful.
Other than
It's
the
a
dust.
hand-painted cover and hand-painted cards.
Do they look like they've been well used, though, or do they look like they've been kind of kept on a shelf somewhere and were just kind of a decoration?
They look like they've been used maybe once or twice. The instructions are still there.
Oh, yeah, so definitely not someone that was reading tarot on the regular.
Probably.
Okay. Can I pocket those?
Sure.
All right.
So-
Let's. Oh. Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say, these are beautiful, but I don't think that they've really seen much use. Maybe just kind of more of a interesting keepsake than something that someone was using. Definitely not professionally.
Mm-hmm.
Silas, you open up what seems to be a small library. Some books and some papers line the wall here.
A library.
More of a personal document-keeping library.
I'm not much reading, so it would take them quite a while to get through all this. What about this one right here? Is that a journal? Maybe.
There is the continuation of our research note.
Let's go. Now this looks important, y'all. Come check this out. Oh, we got to work.
Get more accent? Do we get more accent? Oh yeah, it works now. We're only seeing what you want us to see.
Yeah, you can have more German accent. Hang on.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
It's inspiration for Kanan.
These are the research notes 1898 to 1907 and accompanied 1918 infected lungs diagram, which I will show in a moment. September 9th, 1898. Conducted an autopsy on a long-term patient, Frederick M., aged 44. He vanished for 2 weeks and then was found in the woods, delirious. Days later, he collapsed on the floor of his cabin, gasping. His lungs were empty. No air, no fluid, just webbing. The webbing was alive. It recoiled as I opened the thoracic cavity, slithering towards the rib margins. I trapped part of it with forceps, but it wriggled and made a noise I cannot rightly describe. High-pitched, not audible as much as sensed. When exposed to the cold air from the open window, it attempted to flee. It bled no blood. It dissolved into a viscous brine and then slid through the cracks of the floorboards. I now believe these things are not viral, nor bacterial. They are organisms, parasitic in origin, perhaps extra-dimensional in design. I believe that we must have misnamed tuberculosis here. The disease is the host's metamorphosis.
What? Oh. I feel like you're watching horror grow on
November
Marion's face
3rd,
as she reads.
1907. Patient number 4 has lasted the full cycle. He passed through the 3-month period and expelled 3 fully formed shreds from his throat, each time during sleep. He has no memory of the events, but claims to feel closer to the forest. He has refused to return to his family. I found him days later sitting in the pines, shirtless, with his eyes closed and his mouth open to the mist. He claimed to hear music in the fog. I attempted to relocate him to Albany for extended testing. He fought with an unnatural strength and was lost in the transfer. If he returned to the woods, he has not emerged again. He should have
Pretty
the
serious case of
infected
tuberculosis, if you
lungs
ask
dying.
me.
You see her taking. She would probably take the notes with
Sandy
her, but
rolls,
also make
kiddos.
notes. Yep.
Oh, God. You knew it.
Oh, sanity rolls, of course.
Come on, Satch.
I mean, that's pretty fucked up.
Come on, Satch.
Seemed like a bad case of the sniffles to me.
Satch, you and I are gonna have a conversation, my boy. What's with you?
Oh no!
Oh,
I'm holding on strong though.
Oh, Marion, so. Oh no!
Oh shit!
You guys are, the two of you, Sylvia and Elijah, are both racked with these horrible realizations that if this is as real as everything else that you found in this house, then that means that, this is horrifying information to you all, and you all take a whopping 8 sanity.
Did you
the
just
two
take
of
a
you.
bout of madness?
I did a bout of madness and insanity.
Well, once you roll in.
Oh,
At a certain threshold?
that is a lot of sanity damage. Oh shit.
Yeah, that's a lot. So for a bout of madness,
And that's a lot of luck. Well, actually, honestly, Sylvia, it might be worth it for you to use a little bit of luck. It's a lot. It's 11, but for
how
8
we
sanity?
do this?
Oh, you can't use luck on a sanity check, can you? Yeah.
No.
No.
Yeah, you cannot use luck on sanity. Hang on, I gotta open my book. I have to open my book.
I'm now at 77 of 99, and that symmetry just doesn't feel good.
Satch is over here like, I need a fucking goddamn cigarette.
she... I mean, you can smoke inside if you want. I don't
And
think.
he's about to. He's like,
Might as well pour out a drink now.
He's about to drink from that bottle and smoke at the same time. Different sides of his mouth, like this too much.
Okay, yeah, well, if an investigator, forgive me as a fellow keeper if you're very good at this. Most of the time my players don't take a lot of sanity because I roll really low.
Yeah, I'm not gonna rules lawyer you on this one just because I know like this is like the one thing that can go either way. This is like where I let the keeper play their role.
Yeah, I think the only real exception is when we had a player rock up with 35 sanity total. That
I
was a
think
fun one.
it just
I've seen large.
automatically popped me for being in a bout of madness, so I think I hit some kind of threshold.
I think she clicked it. No,
Oh, did she?
I would imagine she did. Yeah, because like technically, I mean, you want to get technical. The rule is you have to roll intelligence after the 5 or more sanity. But again,
Okay, yeah. Sorry,
I
I'm
like
literally trying to find in the fucking book where this is, but I'm like, I'm apparently stupid.
yeah, I really like the rule where if you hit 5, you just go straight for the bout of madness instead of rolling the intelligence. That's how I played my first one.
Hmm.
Yeah, if they took 5, boom, bout of madness. But that was a really combat-y one, so I was just like, okay, you're frozen for 2 turns. Good luck.
Oh,
But yeah, she can do
Man,
what
what
she
page
wants.
of the fucking book is this on? Holy fuck.
The book is not in my hand. I'm sorry. I even I got those little like what are they called? Sticky notes, but just like the really thin ones that you put on the edges, like a college textbook kind of thing. So I have all the chapters for easy access on my book.
Handy.
So yeah, you roll the, or you would roll the int, but we'll skip that, and then the effects of the temporary insanity begin and last for 1d10. Is there a table to roll on for bouts of madness? Yes.
There
Okay,
is
there it
a
is.
table,
I found it.
or
Can
you
you
can
roll
just
me
choose.
1d10, Ren?
7.
do I need to roll as well?
Yes, please. D10. Yeah, Satch, you flee. Like, basically, like, out of the room, backing out in a uncontrolled, just like, I do not like what I have seen. Fuck that. Sylvia, ooh, I need you to roll me a D100.
That does not sound good.
It's 66 after you went from 99 to 77.
I don't like this.
I say that because you had some mania. You start freaking out and you gained a phobia, unfortunately. Which is what was the number again? Sorry.
66.
It is odontophobia, the fear of teeth.
Cool.
Wait, where is it? Here it is. Or wait, no, sorry, I just put that on Satch. Fuck. It should show up on your character sheet under status. It's under gear and cash, but yeah, you have a fear of teeth now. But yeah, striking realizations here.
Like Marion would run after the person who had the more explosive reaction. Are you all right?
You see, he backed up as far as he fucking could, and now he has a cigarette in hand, and he is frantically trying to flick the lighter that he's got.
She'll take the lighter from his hands because her hands are steadier and flick it and light it for him.
This. I'm not easily rattled most of the time, but the fuck's going on?
I
Take the long draw, like
mean,
halfway.
yeah, literally in one go, just halfway.
In
The
one go,
cigarette's
halfway.
toasted. I mean, all I can think is he's gone mad because this isn't the idea that tuberculosis itself has been misdiagnosed. At least here, it's for all we know, we are witnessing his descent into his own madness. We can't take it, ironically, as gospel. So we'll just look at it as what it is, which is data. It's just data. Just information.
I think
No
I'll
proof.
also rush out there. Satch, where'd you go? You all right there, buddy? No, I think that was all just a bunch of fiction. Some of the fairy tale. You know how them fairy tale writers are in Germany, man. They have some weird stuff, man. There ain't nothing real in there.
Exactly. We have no proof.
I can only hope you're right, mon ami. Sure. I can only hope you're right. That cigarette is done by the time he takes that second really strong inhale.
Maybe take a sip of some of that liquor we found.
Oh, he's like, oh yeah, he's getting
Just
that
a
shit.
little. I mean, a fella your size can probably handle a few sips, but
He
maybe
tilts
just.
the bottle full up.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
All
please.
right. We're okay.
Slow down now, partner.
When he brings it back down, she's gonna kind of put her hands on it and be like, okay. That's we need our wits about us still.
Save some for the rest of us too. Don't go wasting it all away on one swig.
He's like,
While everyone's
sorry, we're
doing-
supposed to be drinking this together later.
while everyone's doing this, Leland is sort of like scanning these papers, books, whatever in the library to see if there's anything that sticks out or seems relevant.
Yeah, make a spot hidden roll. You actually notice that in your guys' haste, you almost walked past another research entry.
Oh God.
There is
Well
more to
done,
be found
Leland.
here.
Oh God.
Anyone who hasn't gone
There's a
saying, let's take
second
a
leaf of
gander.
papers stuck to the bottom one.
I think Marion's gonna reach her hand out for Sylvia to come over. Like, I think you're a little rattled too. Come on. And she's gonna be like, "Do you want the
You can keep
Listen,
reading at your own risk.
do you want the tiniest sip of alcohol?"
Let me see what this is all about. I'll snatch the paper from Leland's hands.
Silas out here doing the work.
February 12th, 1911. They go somewhere. They almost always move west into the trees, towards this Blue Jay Mountain. Every expulsion, every thread cast off, it seeks the same direction. And not blindly, it knows. A trail of mucus left by Subject 6 evaporated at the forest's edge. The snow beneath it melted, leaving a single hole in the earth. Beneath it, I swear the soil breathed. The map shows an old hotel there, but older records by a German cartographer from pre-revolutionary landings mark the site as Die Kinderstadt, translated loosely, the childing place. What bursts there, I do not know. August 4th, 1913. I know that many of the townsfolk are already infected. Not unwittingly, but willingly. They speak of the blessing of the woods. Several elders have outlined their consumption, despite no medication. They are strong, ageless in demeanor, yet I hear them speak languages I cannot place. Whispered constants in the night breathe in the trees. A child disappeared. The family did not post notice. They smiled when I asked. He was chosen early, the mother said. No grief, just acceptance. I believe they allow the parasite to remain within them, to mature. Not as a cure, but as a pact. Their strength is unnatural. The quiet eyes linger not long. They do not cough anymore. I am alone here. And this is notated in 1913, which would be 2 years before the story.
I think that Sylvia opted not to be around when that was read and did not read it.
This is,
It was just
oddly
Marion.
enough, the most tame one, and the only one that you don't have to
God
roll a sanity check on.
Marion would read the
Alright.
paper after.
I'll walk out there with the paper in hand, waving it.
Yeah, Marion.
Come
will
on here,
grab it.
read this now. It ain't that bad. Like I said.
I mean,
And I give him the rundown.
that is to say that, like, at this point, you have experienced horrors beyond the townsfolk are probably involved. But the townsfolk are probably involved.
Listen, as soon as you hear cult and
Perhaps
small town.
that's why Dr. Verger didn't keep a maid.
He couldn't trust them in his home. The locals. Are we ready to continue on? You think? You two?
You just see that like Sylvia just kind of has gotten very quiet and like is working very hard to like keep her face very like calm and like without expression. But like she seems to like flinch every time you seem to smile at her.
Oh no, yeah.
Oh God. Oh. And Satch is
Oof.
lighting another cigarette. Chain smoking day.
I'm just like imagining that now she's just like almost seen every person smiling as that creepy smile from that Smile movie that came out like
Oh no.
Oh, this uncanny valley slightly too wide kind of thing.
I think that like I imagine that like now almost on like a cult level she's just like seeing that smile on everybody's face whenever they actually like smile at her.
I think I got something in my tooth. I pull out a toothpick and start picking at it.
Oh no.
Is that a permanent thing that she has now, or does it go away eventually?
Bad news for ya.
Oh, you're scared of
Oh,
teeth
no.
forever.
You're scared of teeth till you take a stay in an asylum or something, basically. Or you go to therapy. You
Does
gotta
therapy
go
have
to
an end here?
therapy.
Yeah, but it's probably ends in like we should do a lobotomy.
Oh,
So.
As per the time.
Mm-hmm.
Cured any disease if you get if you get my
You know,
drift.
Therapy,
But you
therapy
could,
for a woman.
over time it may go away, but for all intents and purposes for the rest of our story, yeah, you'll have this phobia of teeth.
Cool.
Come along. She's gonna put a hand on Satch's shoulder.
oh, all right. He's still got that other cigarette, just like
Another bedroom.
Another bedroom. This one does lock and unlock from the inside.
Do
What do we have on this bedside table?
if this room opens, do we think that this might have been Dr. Voker's room?
Could be.
This does kind of seem like another guest bedroom. There is a pot of wilted flowers on the bedside table.
Mm.
Is this
If there's no
move-
personal effects. Yeah.
No personal effects. Yeah, it seems pretty
this-
empty.
Is this moose watching us too?
Less so.
Okay.
This is a deer, though.
Is there any like books or anything in any of these nightstands?
There's a Bible.
Ah. Can I look and see if there's any like weird annotations or marginalia or something?
It is
Margin.
dog-eared with some passages, but nothing that stands out of place. If you'd like to make a, is there a religion roll?
I think so. If not history, would be the next best thing.
Yeah, it would just be history roll. There's a couple of passages that are highlighted, but yeah, I mean, this is actually a one side of this book is German and one side of this book is Latin.
Vernacular.
If the Bible is in German, I suspect that whoever stayed in this room must have at least either been Dr. Voker or someone that was able to converse with him in his language.
I'd reckon the latter, because I don't see any kind of effects that it would pertain to a gentleman like himself. No coats or lab coats, even. No stylish hats. This room is rather bare, if you ask me, for a man like Dr. Berger.
No photographs or keepsakes.
Do we know if he had any family that visited or
You weren't told.
women folk?
I don't know if we knew that.
Make me a spot hidden check in this room.
Oh, can I do it too?
Sure.
Hell yeah. Time to roll another 100.
We need those. Almost. It looked like it was gonna be.
This is definitely, as you're looking around, a room styled more to that of a woman.
Mm-hmm.
So perhaps he did have some sort of female guest that came and stayed with him, a female relative or something.
Could be the maids' quarters. I hear sometimes they stay in the place of where they work.
Perhaps he hired a woman from out of town if he felt he couldn't trust the locals.
It's quite a elaborate room for a maid.
Might be the only one he had that he
That's-
felt was appropriate.
That's true, but
He may
Um,
even hired someone that he might have knew personally to be his maid, and therefore treated him a little nicer than the usual.
that's altogether possible, I suppose. Still could have been a lady suitor as well.
Oh, certainly. He was a handsome man.
He really was. That photograph is quite striking. But I can't really get past the kidnap and possible murder.
We all have our demons, I'm sure.
Now, this room does seem more to be full of personal effects.
Is this a trunk in the foot of the bed?
It is.
I reckon I'd like to open up this here trunk.
It's interesting that there's a bedroom on the other side of the hall rather than the master bedroom with his effects being that large door at the end of the hall.
Well, I'm no floor planner, but I'm sure somebody designed this meaningfully.
In the chest, you do find some sweaters as well as some lab coats and things.
Can I dig to the bottom, like see if there's something like hidden?
At the very bottom, you find a rather nice silver cross.
Interesting. I'll take that. Not that I think it'll be useful, but it might. Silver cross.
Waste not.
Well, just in case we're going up against some vampires or werewolves, I'm sure it'll come quite handy.
You don't believe in ghosts, but you believe in vampires and werewolves.
Well, one time, I was camping out in the woods with my grandpappy, and I could have sworn I heard something in the night snarling at us.
It
So I do tend to lean more towards the creaturesque than the spiritual. So
I see. And you didn't suspect that if there was something snarling in the dark, it might not have just been a wild animal.
well, I like to think that, miss, but I think that's a story for another time.
I see.
I'd like for you all to make me spot hidden checks in this room.
All right.
Yeah, it doesn't take long for you guys to find on the bedside table a series of notes that are completely incomprehensible. Scribblings of a madman, just charcoal and, pencil on paper that makes little to no sense. Sylvia, one of the pieces of paper does stand out to you the most as it has a super striking image on it. And it is about the most coherent thing out of all of them.
Ooh.
So glad I'm not in there.
Oh, the entire fuck is this? Parasitic mating?
There's a name down there on the bottom.
Does this resemble him? This image?
I don't
No,
know.
It
not
doesn't have a
really.
beard. The beard isn't as voluptuous.
I think the thing that I find so striking is that he keeps talking about it coming from the woods, and yet the branching pattern almost looks like some kind of plant growing out of the lungs themselves, as if some kind of tree or part of the forest itself was growing inside of these people.
Well, it also begs the question if it was a misdiagnosis. It feels like whatever this was, it came from here. So how are these people getting here in the first place? Was it that these things were... I don't know, it's strange.
You watch as she just kind of puts her finger over the space where it like illustrates the teeth.
I'm no doctor, but I ain't never heard of no tree coming out of somebody's lungs before. And I don't know if
You would
cancer's
be
a thing
correct.
yet.
I think they just called it like something, a whole bunch of shit.
We called it like some kind of parasite. So is it possible that there is some kind of parasitic plant? I mean, aren't there's some...
It's...
I'm sure there must be some... Can I roll a natural world, by the way?
Can
For
I?
Sure, yeah.
As she's talking about this, can I do the same?
For sure. you don't, Sylvia. You don't necessarily know of any specific plants that are parasitic, but upon the realization, or upon thinking this over, you are struck with the realization, like horrifying, that holy fuck, what if a plant became a parasite? If that's possible, does that seem possible? That seems possible.
I I think that there if a plant became a parasite, the implications are horrendous. I mean, pollen in the air is breathed into the lungs. Uh, any any little bit of a plant that's carried on the wind, or um, and the trees themselves are what the fact that it has a connection to the lungs, and the trees themselves are so intimately connected to our breath. I I I shudder to think what would happen if somehow the trees themselves became almost a living parasitic organism. We, uh, I and if we are in the woods, we're in the middle of the woods. Oh, we're surrounded by the plants themselves. If the plants themselves are the problem, we're surrounded by the woods.
Breathe. Deep breaths.
That's preposterous. And now, Leland, don't you think these stories might be something fanciful, something you might put in one of the moving pictures that you're so fond of?
Not all, not all moving pictures are false. I'm kind of a documentarian. I've been to a lot of parts of this country, including some that civilized man hasn't yet really seen, and I don't know if things like this are real, but people believe in all kinds of things, and you have to wonder if people have believed in something for long enough, there must be something to it. Must be a grain of truth in there somewhere. I
I
don't know
see
if
where I
people.
grew up. Where I grew up, that's called heresy. There's only the Lord for that. That's all I believe in.
Some people would say the Lord is just another form of fiction that you just chose to believe in, but we can talk about that for another day. What I'm wondering, if it's in the trees, if it's in the pollen, how is it still so contained here? There are people, you saw how many people got off that train? Something, and it's been here long enough for these people in this town to have formed a cult around it, according to his notes.
People are getting off the trains, but how many people are getting on the trains out of here?
But pollen is in the air, it gets on you. If it's.
I think he was implying that maybe just because people arrive doesn't mean that they leave.
You're letting your minds run off to places unknown about. I reckon if you go outside and get a nice fresh air, clear you right through.
Sylvia's eyes go wide, and she pulls out like a little bit of scarf and just like wraps it around her face.
Probably not a
um
bad idea.
because the implication of what he just said, even though he was trying to be encouraging, just had the exact opposite effect.
Yeah, I'm very skeptical. Or Silas is extremely skeptical at this point. He is not believing in these fanciful tales.
I don't know if this is all, if there's anything to any of this, but if what the doctor said was true, and the people here are part of some sort of sectarian movement, this area is this area has been is a birthplace of a lot of different religious groups over the past 100 years, and this could just be the next one. But we need to keep an eye out anyway, because belief can be in some of these things can be just as dangerous as if it's real.
I reckon once we find Dr. Verger, we might just have to ask him ourselves. You must be mixing things about. There's no way that you're putting one thing and two and a four. I just don't believe any of it.
Well, you strike me, sir, as a little bit of an idiot, but that's okay. Um,
Oh no.
I'm taken aback at that joust, but I
It's
hold my
Sylvia.
tongue.
Elijah, like, don't be talking about my friend like that. He's not going in that room. He's like, nah, absolutely not.
I know you're frustrated when people don't believe you, but we should remain civil.
that was me being civil.
Ah,
I don't think you're stupid.
Well, lass, I'll have to say you have quite the mouth on you.
Silas, how long were you here before we got here?
Just a couple days. Nothing too long. I spend most of the time just fishing, walking around, clearing my mind, taking the time just to relax before I got right back to work.
How much time did you spend in the wilderness around this area?
I'd say about the normal amount for a hunter like myself.
Lovely, that's quite a bit. Okay.
we don't
Fantastic.
have any proof. All we have are the notes. She points at the notes in
And
here that are nonsense of a madman.
and I am a staple of hell.
When she
It-
points again at the notes, can I have Sylvia kind of give a once over to this like scrawling and see if there's anything that she picks up that like the symbology
Yeah, let me
connects
see an
to
occult.
anything? Nope.
It's all occult
Push it,
in some
push it,
way,
push it.
but what it means, you don't know. You could push it.
I kind of want to.
Sorry.
That the sound your dog made just like echoed the sound that I was trying to make. Like, I feel you, puppy. That is also how I feel.
There was corgis. That's his like. He does not suffer a corgi to live. So. You psycho.
Okay, I think so. If I push the occult roll and I fail again, bad things happen, right?
Correct, yeah.
In for a penny, in for a pound.
Of flesh. Let's go.
Oof,
The dice, they tell a story.
not a good one though.
I'm gonna need for you to make me a sanity roll. As you
Darn
kind
it.
of rack your brain here trying to figure out what these symbols mean and find nothing but utter madness.
Well, if anyone's gonna lose their sanity this game,
You manage to pull yourself back from the notes before you lose yourself too much, but you find yourself spiraling.
So, what you don't understand, right, is that if it's in the air and we've all been exposed to it, what if the people, the longer you're here, it like adapts, and what if it like longer and and Silas has been here longer than all of us. How do we know that he's not already infected, or how do we know that
Calm
we
down.
didn't
Shh.
get
Breathe.
we didn't know. We should have known. Why wouldn't anyone have warned? But they wouldn't. Of course, they wouldn't warn us because the locals. Maybe they're just like sacrificing the people to the trees. What if there's like some kind of like parasympathetic? If there's like they're
Perhaps.
connected. Oh my goodness! And
And
There was so much death, so you don't understand.
and
Is that when I
Leland
first
says-
came to this house, there was voices, and there was so many voices of so many dead. There's so many dead voices coming from this house.
And Leland says, panicking more quickly.
It,
I love her.
what if what if it requires someone to be of poor health? It doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like everyone here were behaving in a strange way.
Okay, so her eyes get even bigger at that, because, like, it's obvious you're trying to, like, calm her down, but she's a person that's always been in poor health.
Yeah. So how
Oh shit.
yeah. Hmm.
Which she did state earlier. So you just see her, like, go even paler and, like hold the scarf over her face. And, like, she's just kind of, like, physically, like, rocking a little bit. Like, as if to, like, self-soothe herself.
Only one room left.
Marion will help fashion the scarf around her mouth a little more permanently. If it makes you feel better, you can keep this on. I'll keep an eye on everyone, I promise. We got here at the same time. I'm in good health.
You know,
Okay.
I heard once from a brew hub back down in Texas that there's some plants that are good for cleansing the air. Maybe you might be able to find something like that, some kind of sage or, one of those seance herbs that they like to burn. Maybe that'll help you out.
Could be.
Miss Sylvia. And Satch is still out in the hallway. He's not walked in that room. Could I borrow those keys of yours?
Yes, of course. She just kind of, like, tries to toss them, but like, her toss goes really short and, like, lands in the room on the floor.
I'll get that for you, Mr. Satch. I'll bend down and grab him, hand them to him.
Appreciate you, mon ami. He just walks over to the door. He's gonna try some keys.
She's gonna tug Sylvia along if she will come.
So I think Sylvia's gonna, like, lean over to Marion and be like, "We have to be careful because it doesn't seem like the menfolk believe what's happening. But it seems like we're the only rational ones here."
Well, let me tell you something about
Menfolk.
rational, all right?
I think she was whispering it.
Oh, hey, look, see, Satch will just slowly look like.
Explain
But-
ration to you.
And I will say,
Rolls
Marion would say,
eyes.
I think Satch is pretty aware, and I think if Silas saw proof, he'd come around. He seems like a man of logic, even if he is also of religion. Let's just stay together. That's our best bet.
That's fair. That's fair. And so she, like, immediately, like, tries to stay, like, within, like, an inch of you at, like, all times.
Now, what do we have here? This place is a right old
storeroom.
mess.
Full of all sorts of old junk.
What's this?
It's a chimney.
Mm.
Is that a baby bassinet?
It is.
Mm-mm. Excuse me while I just get back out of this room. Damn it. No.
Because I hate myself, can I do another listen occult?
Yeah, try the combined roll this time.
Okay, how do I do that mechanically?
I think you click when you click on the roll.
roll
You can
on
choose
one, and
strength.
you can choose to do the
Combined. Yeah.
combine.
Yeah.
Okay, so after I click on combine roll card, is that all I have to do for it to be a combine roll?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I reckon so. Yeah, I mean, at the worst case, we just look at what the other number is supposed to be. So,
Mhm.
but you said it was both 60, right?
Yeah, it's both 60, so
So
you're
Yeah,
just you're
not
just
that
doing a
big
straight
deal.
roll. It's fine.
Okay.
Did it?
Oh, interesting.
Oh,
See, like it
that's
rolled it.
weird.
That is interesting.
Huh. I don't know, just roll.
Oh, oh no.
Ah, shit fucks.
Nah, you are not your connection is just not there on this one.
Maybe that's actually a blessing in disguise.
Dice, they tell a story.
Mhm. Can Marion poke around through the piles of clutter a little bit, looking for relevant things?
Yeah, give me a spot hidden. As you are searching through the rubble here, you find just a lot of like broken books and things here, cabinets, and nothing that's like really of use.
This
Is
is
it-
truly junk.
What
This
about
is
this
another
glowing thing over here? Oh, it's a window.
The light kind of casts down onto a another small desk here that you can go through if you'd like.
Sure, I'd love to. Is that spot hidden, or is that just?
That is a spot hidden. Yeah.
Let's go.
Hey!
As you click open this desk, you find inside a really nice, what you initially think is a letter opener, but as you open it, it's actually like just a tiny razor sharp dagger.
Hmm. Is it designed with intricate carvings, or?
Yeah, I mean it's nice. You could use it as a letter opener or as just a nice little like knife belt. The blade, or yeah, belt knife. The blade is about 3 inches long.
Fancy. Hey, Sylvia, why don't you check this here letter opener I found? See if there's anything wonky with it.
Do you think that it might have some kind of symbology that you want me to go over?
Well, it's about the fanciest thing I see in this whole room, so I reckon it just might.
Okay, sure, of course, I don't mind. So is that like in a cold roll?
Yeah.
Ritual dagger check. Fortunately.
You're looking it over and it looks to be just a typical dagger. Just a little
I
belt
think-
sword. Or a little belt knife.
I think it's just a knife.
Well, that's too bad. I thought we found ourselves our pot of gold. I'll just go ahead and put it back.
Might be worth a pot of gold, you never know.
Is
And
this
I'm
a,
no common thief.
is this
Give it to Sylvia.
is this a display case or is it a window or
It is a display case. And on display inside of it is a large shield. It is a wooden shield with a family crest on the front of it.
would I know what the Verger family crest or any other
Give
heraldry?
me a history check. You think you might have seen something similar above the door as you came in, but it could be his family crest.
Does anyone recognize this symbol? Looks Looks
Can I
like
come
one of
take a
those.
look? Yeah.
I think I saw that in a book called King Arthur or something like that.
Can I come take a look at it?
Yeah, you can roll me a history check. Yeah, again, it's really fancy. It's old. It's a little faded.
I'm so tempted to use luck. Do you think it's worth it?
My
Would everyone-
metagamer is telling me no.
Would
Yeah.
would I be able to make just like an intelligence check to notice that it's the same crest that was over the door when we came in? Like
Sure.
that. Okay.
Optical roll. Wow. Really
Y'all are
hitting
not
a stump
putting
with
two
this
and two
here
together.
shield, man.
Yeah, this is a
Yeah.
weird shield.
Yeah.
It's in a locked cabinet, though, so.
Maybe he was just really into. He did have a strange amount of statues and coats of arms, so maybe he's just really into medieval art.
That, and he also had that fancy old rifle. He might just be a collector of historical goods.
Leland takes a photo of the shield so that he can compare it to if he sees it later somewhere else.
Okay.
Smart man.
Is this a chest or small box?
There's a number of small boxes and things in here. Most of them are empty.
Gotcha.
They would be for, like, traveling.
Yeah.
You can see that the doctor has been all over, though. The stickers on the trunk are from all over the world.
I almost didn't see that there door there behind that large gentleman.
There's another locked door at the back of this storeroom.
Do the keys. As he's like going through the ones he got from Sylvia again.
You do find one that fits.
Before we move to the next room, can I just ask one really quick question about the crib?
Mm-hmm.
Would Sylvia be able to examine it to get a sense of if this
If this.
Sorry, my husband started messing with his computer that has the thing on it while I was trying to talk. If would I be able to tell if this has been like used at all? Like if there was actually some like child or infant.
Give me a spot hidden check. You notice the same family crest is on this, and it looks like it's been used well over a number of years.
Okay. Is there like any particular so it's mostly the motif that's on here is the family crest then?
Yep.
Okay. All right. That is something that I want to take a note of. Thank you.
You two just hear Satch in repeat, just like, no se pas voodoo, no se pas voodoo, as he like pushes this fucking door, opens it, and looks into. Okay. Oh my god.
This room is. There's a number of things in this room. Statues carved from blocks of stone. One in progress lies covered in dust, probably 8 decades old. But the painting supplies in here do appear to have been used more recently.
Are any of them of the Archangel Raphael?
One moment. Two paintings catch your guys' eye.
Oh shit.
One of a massive castle on a hill. and one of some dark, twisted trees.
Are these the trees that are gonna destroy our lungs and eat us from the inside?
They look like normal trees to me. Maybe a little old and withered, but trees nonetheless.
As well as, lying scattered about the floor, is our final research notes from Dr. Berger.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
I'm not reading no paper.
I'll read them to myself and anyone who wants to look over my shoulder.
I'll take a candor.
March 17th, 1915. Thromby continues to mock my work. He publishes articles on fresh air and natural remedies like some tea-peddling charlatan. He does not see the truth because he fears it. But I will not turn away. My basement cell is complete. Subject number 12 has been secured. He is a transient. No records. No one will miss him. I have begun exposure therapy with tinctures derived from the bark of mold and the grove ash trees and ash from the chimney fungus. Already the parasite stirs. It knows I am hunting it. I dream now of hollow trees and cold, wet lungs that whisper my name. May 2nd, 1915. The organism no longer hides from me. When driven from the host, it lingers. I have spoken to it, not in words, in thought. I want to return, not to the host, but home. Where that is, I fear not guess, but I must find it. I will return to the woods soon. I have begun purging myself through inhalation of the deep glacial air, fasting, and the application of poultices. I have felt it stir within me. I will see the child in place on the mountain with my own eyes. And that's a sanity check for all of you who are reading.
I think that's me and Silas.
Yep, that's me.
You guys got this.
Sylvia
Uh-oh.
has.
Yeah,
Here's my first one.
These notes have been getting more and more illegible as you're reading them.
Oh, did it.
Uh-oh.
No, not my buddy.
Well, if there was any time to lose my mind, it'd be now. Woo, only 2.
2 sanity points.
Do I have to manually input that? Yeah, I do, don't I?
You can just do, you can either highlight the number and click -2, or I think you can do
Okay,
that on this
yeah.
one.
I got it. It was easy. Well, that's kind of freaky, if I say so myself, but I
2
mean,
sanity points to you.
Am I rolling?
so has
an
been
8?
the trend.
Are you rolling a
Mhm.
what, sorry?
Am I rolling an 8 or a 10?
Hmm?
A D8 or a D10 for sanity?
Neither.
I rolled the
neither.
sanity damage for you.
You only have to roll those extra dice if you hit like a sanity threshold where you would get a bad reaction.
Yeah, so you can just take 2 sanity away from your sanity. Instead of having a 70, now your sanity is a 68.
Well, it seems the basement is calling.
Can I just do like a really quick gosh, I guess occult about these art images?
Sure.
Ooh.
As these paintings start to descend into madness, you see a popular symbol continue to pop up among Dr. Verker's work.
What? Oh, it kind of looks like the parasite he drove.
It's a little shrimpy guy.
Gross. Okay. I'm gonna make a note of that. I think there's some kind of symbolism in these paintings. It looks a little bit like the parasite drawing that he made that we found in that first room. But as some kind of horrifying occult symbol instead.
Is this a symbol that we've seen elsewhere?
Make me an occult roll.
Oh.
Or history.
Okay, history would be better. Yeah, I'll do history.
Occult will be better.
Yeah. That still would have failed my occult, by the way. So.
You do know that this is definitely some sort of weird occult symbol. This is the kind of thing that, like, in your research you would have been told to not dabble with. It's definitely a cult symbol, and one that looks a lot like something you could have seen in a book about the occult.
Do I have any... So I pick up on the symbol, but I'm assuming I don't have any, like, place of reference for it in any kind of folklore or mythology.
I will say, I will let you do one more occult roll on this, because you have discovered this symbol, and now you're trying to understand what it is.
Okay.
It definitely looks a lot like something you would see, be like a, in reference to some sort of, like, god or something. Some being. It looks like it would fit right up with one of your, like... You wish you had a book that had a symbol chart in it.
I think that this is some kind of deific type symbology, but I'm not familiar with it. Like, I can't remember it off the top of my head. If I've seen it somewhere, I wish I had a book of reference, but I don't. This is quite worrying in connection to everything else that we've seen, including these trees that kill. Also, is that another display case in the back there? I know we just keep mentioning the display cases. I don't know if anybody else wants to look and see if there's anything in the display case.
I can take a look if you want.
It is a painting of a woman. She looks a lot like Dr. Verker.
Daughter? Is there a date on it? Oh, okay.
Maybe it's his mother or something.
Is there anything written on the back?
Do you unlock the case?
If I can, if it's not locked.
Yeah, you stick the keys in and find the right one and unlock the case and start to look over the painting. Mm-hmm. It is dated 1850.
Huh.
So, having observed that Marion was able to unlock the case with the keys, I realized that we had the ability to open the other case, potentially. Should we take the shield with us?
I don't see a need for it, but let me take a look at this here symbol. I just don't see what you're seeing. To me, it kind of looks like the symbol you see on me, like a can of shrimp, preserved shellfish. I just don't see. It doesn't read parasite to me.
Well,
It look like crawfish.
Doesn't look like crawfish.
sometimes one has to use the context of where you find something, and I feel like we're far more likely for our dear doctor to draw a parasite rather than be an enthusiastic fan of canned shellfish.
I concur.
We're the smart
You
ones.
never know.
It is possible.
Just
It is.
saying, maybe
It
he
is
might be an
It is
enthusiast for
complete.
crawfish.
It is completely true. It's not. It's always possible.
I mean, all this talk about crawfish are getting me hungry. How about we get lunch after we finish looking at this this house here?
I think
Is
that's
that-
an
Mon ami,
excellent
I
idea.
am in agreement.
Is that spirally statue the same symbol?
It is not.
One of the- Oh, okay.
Mm.
Is there any of these statues that stick out as being of any kind of significance with these paintings?
With your lingering occult roll, not really, no.
Okay.
Yeah, I reckon there's only one room left in this whole here house that needs looking to. I pull up my pants, kind of like preparing myself.
Marion's gonna sort of put
Mon
a
ami, don't
handkerchief.
say it.
I
Don't
will
say
say
it.
that this whole thing has taken you guys some hours to get through. This has taken you guys about well, it took you 4 hours of in-game time to go through, so I'm gonna say it took you at least 4 or 5 hours of real life time to go through.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
What time of day did we get started?
About noon.
11:30.
So it is
Okay.
11:30 around noon. So it is
So it would be dinner.
probably
Yeah.
around dinner time right now, 5 o'clock.
I am famished.
As we were leaving the room, I was gonna perhaps try and see if I could take that shield out of that case.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Before we-
can unlock it.
Yeah. Because I wanted to just see if there was like any kind of engraving or carving on the back that might indicate the family that the crest was associated with.
Yeah, you pull it to the back and it has the word Verger on it.
Okay, so that it confirms that all of these that we're seeing are from the Verger family.
This is his family crest, yeah.
Awesome. Okay.
Marion's
That's gonna
gonna,
a lot of research later.
as she walks up to Sat, she's gonna sort of, maybe we should cover our mouths just as an abundance of caution.
I don't think you're wrong, Cher. I don't think you're wrong.
I don't necessarily believe it's supernatural, but what does it
Well,
hurt to
Where
be
I come
cautious?
from, there's plenty of hoodoo and voodoo, so
It sounds fascinating.
fascinating, but you don't play with it.
I definitely don't aim to play with things I don't understand. I endeavor to understand them.
Gather by the stairs and I will teleport you.
These are some magical staircases here. I could have sworn I was just at the top.
You guys want to go straight down to the basement?
Yeah.
Straight down. Take us there. Oh no, you see, it wasn't that scary after all.
Well, there is a door.
Oh, shit. Damn
So
Lord.
I suppose you're going to tell me that this is this magical, or not magical, but this dungeon that apparently Mr. Berger keeps handy for all his delinquents, I would say.
I mean, he did all but he all but admitted it in his, and he did admit it in his by his own hand.
I'm sure it's not more than just a wine cellar. I reckon we open this door and ain't nothing but a couple cases of old fashioned wine lining the walls for us to drink.
Alright, so it's actually, I would like for you all to make me a spot hidden check in this first room.
Yeah, I don't wanna
Many
definitely run
medical
through here.
specimens and things line the wall in here.
Don't mind
Tools of
the
the trade.
the monsters in the jars.
Did mine not roll?
Don't look like it.
The fuck?
Damn, everyone's failing this one.
It's not rolling.
Oh no, Sylvia got it.
Refresh.
It's so annoying. Okay, give me a second.
Clearly,
second
Sylvia is
time.
way too alert.
Okay, let's try that again.
Oof.
Oh my god!
Yeah, you
This-
all just notice a bunch of there's lots of shit down here. Tinctures in vials, medical specimens, all sorts of shit in different jars. Sylvia, you are the only person to notice that there is a bunch of broken jars on the ground over here that stand out. On
Tighten
the
your buttholes, everybody.
She's just gonna walk over there and then point, and while holding, it's like she'll point with one hand while holding her face and the scarf closer to her face with the other hand. And like you just hear her talking like muffled through her hand. I don't know if any of you noticed, but there seems to be a bunch of broken, possibly specimen jars over here. I don't know what they particularly held, but maybe we should investigate further.
A better question, or not even question, but well, it is a question. But they're broken specimen jars. Are there specimens on the floor?
Nope.
Wait.
I think Marion's gonna look at Satch and tighten the handkerchief around her mouth and over her nose.
Maybe a rabid dog came down here and had himself some helpings of wet specimens.
Sash is gonna take the handkerchief from his like little suit pocket and he's gonna walk up to Mr. LeBeau here. Mon ami, please. Just humor me.
Also,
Wouldn't be a rabbit
if
dog.
ever there were a prison door in a basement, this is a thick metal prison door in a basement.
Better to keep the wine cold, am I right, fellas?
He's
You're,
tying his handkerchief around your face. He's like, no.
Are you trying to convince us or you at this point?
Are we going to give a handkerchief or
Uh,
scarf thing to Mr.
yes.
Leland?
Leland, do you have... I don't think I... Please tell me you have something.
He's got his wits. That's all man needs.
Think I have anything offhand. Mm,
Lady, could we say I have an extra one that he could...
An
You know.
extra handkerchief.
Handkerchief? Yeah.
Sure.
Here you go. It's not monogrammed or anything. She's gonna poke around with her foot for a label of some kind that was left behind that might still be legible. Perhaps it was an etched metal or something, not handwritten.
You don't really find anything.
Hmm.
Just lots of broken glass.
Is there a viewing window on this door?
Nope.
Can we listen? Is there a gap at all? Can we listen at a
I'll
gap?
say yes. There is like there's not like a window, but there's like a slot in the door that can be opened.
Oh, okay.
Can I look through the slot?
You want to unlock
Pure
the slot?
darkness. Yeah, of course.
All right. You put the keyhole in the little slot and peer through. It's dark in there. Give me a spot hidden check.
Regular difficulty?
Yeah, this would be at a higher difficulty actually.
So
what
he has
kind?
it open to look.
Hard, extreme?
Hard.
See if I can make a hard spot.
Ooh.
Nice.
Yeah, this room is empty. Well, it has like a bed and some other things. I'll just open the door for you.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I guess I was wrong about the wine.
but there's no one in there. It looks disheveled. There's more painter's supplies in here. As if someone has been painting. Food left on the bed as if somebody maybe ate something in here, but... And another series of books.
Marion's gonna start looking at the books. For anything relevant at all?
yeah, Leland's going to do that too.
More paperbacks.
I was gonna ask if I could see if any of these books had the symbols on it.
There is a painting left down here, though. It's crude.
It's a similar style to the ones upstairs. Uh, They
Does
aren't
this look-
signed, right? Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say, does this look like it's painted by the same person?
These
Or
look
is
like
it-
they're painted by different people. Or this one's painted by a different person down here.
So,
Give me a little bit of Starry Night, you know.
so with that idea, can
I can see it.
can Sylvia extrapolate that two different people were essentially like seeing a vision of the same thing and painting it?
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome.
It was
Horrifying.
being shown to them.
Can I start looking through these books for any
Mhm.
like occult esoterica knowledge or like
Sure.
more of that symbol?
Make me a history check. Or make me a library use check.
Okay.
Oh, that's what I'm good at. Damn. I mean, you might be good at it too.
I am passable at it, but I did not pass.
Nothing but just paperback pulp.
Can I do the same? Because I'm always already in the same area.
I'm gonna say that since two people already did it, that's it.
Okay.
I'm gonna say no.
That's fair.
Be considered a push. Push.
I was gonna
push,
say you could push it.
Push.
What would push mean if I was to push it?
Die. You die.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is it just a
You
hard
wouldn't
or
be
difficult?
pushing it. It would be
Oh, I wouldn't be.
Sylvia. Either Sylvia or Leland would push their role.
How do you?
I'll push it. Nope.
That'll be a sanity roll, thanks, darling, please. The mundanity of these books is really getting to you.
This is
You know, I
just
can't.
terrible writing. Like, of all of the horrifying things that are happening, and then just like to go through like pages and pages of just the worst writing. Like, who thought
14
this
Jane
writing was a good
Austen
idea?
books. Who likes Jane Austen that much?
Oh my goodness! Like, I mean, I get maybe they were trapped down here, but you could have like this is just torture.
Not a fan.
That was funny.
Next to the bed, though, you do find like a bucket that would be used for like vomiting into, as well as several other like medical supplies that are scattered about.
Oh, now that's nasty. You know, I can't hardly breathe in this thing. I'm gonna take off the scarf or handkerchief
He
thing.
would come in and hold the knot he tied. Mon ami, please, just a little longer.
I did.
All right. I'll hold on till we get outside and I get that fresh air again, that fresh mountain air.
Did mention that he was the idiot, right? I just want to make sure that I like that.
He's not an idiot.
My intelligence is 40.
Listen,
Hey,
listen, we out here, buddy.
Too. Yeah,
Buddy, that's just my buddy. Say,
that's what my strength is.
Oh my strength is 30.
Jeez. No metagaming.
Well,
Can't say
my
numbers.
lovelies, are we all ready to conclude our investigation of the Verger house for the day?
I
have
reckon
gone
so.
through, like boxes. Did anybody look in the boxes around?
Actually, is this a dresser or I guess
Yeah.
armoire or wardrobe?
There's just
Adjacent.
some comfortable clothing in here, some men's clothing.
Yeah, what about these boxes and piles of junk?
Give me a spot hidden check.
Damn.
Very nice.
So as you are going over this side of the room, you actually notice a very special book on the bedside table. And it is titled, sorry, I don't want to butcher it, Forgotten Foundations.
What do you have there, Leland?
Just a book that was caught my eye over here by the bed.
Is it more of that horrible Jane Austen pulp nonsense?
Not
It's
nothing
like a
but
masonry book to me.
nothing. Not a
Maybe
Jane
some
Austen book
history
I ever heard
tracks.
of.
Who? Leland history or me history?
Leland. Or anyone else who wants to look over this book, I guess.
He's got it.
Oh yeah.
You flip to the first page and it says An Inquiry into Pre-Algonquin Settlement Traditions by Professor Alton B. Greaves. It's a pretty rare book. You see it's bookmarked 1 of 150. It is dog
Yeah, I read
to a
I
very
read
specific page. And this will be our final thing for the night.
Oh,
because
I'm just reading. I'm telling everyone this information.
So we all can go mad.
And
Yay.
somebody else can read this one.
Well, since Mr. Leland's the one with the book in the hand, it's only right.
Excerpt from Forgotten Foundations, an inquiry into pre-Algonquin settlement traditions by Professor Alton B. Greaves, 1865, privately printed, only 150 copies issued. Chapter 4, The Vanished Stone City and the Silent God of the Lake. Of cities beneath the hills and beside still waters, the wind remembers all. Local proverb, origin unknown. Among the more troubling legends recorded in the old counties, where the mountains crowd thick and the lakes are deep as memory, is the tale of a lost settlement of peculiar character and unknown origin. Though often dismissed as mere folktale or the delusions of early surveyors, consistent patterns in oral tradition and certain archaeological anomalies suggest a more complex prehistory than the accepted colonial narrative allows. According to a tale transcribed from a series of bark scrolls held in the Ashcroft Lodge collection, provenance uncertain, a tribe of shepherding peoples, markedly advanced in trade and stonework, came to a river-fed plain sometime in the immeasurable past. There they established 3 cities of some refinement and learning, whose names survive only in fragment: Thra, Ilarnek, and Cadatheron. The account hints at ceremonial structures, possibly star-aligned, and a language formed of pictoglyphs alien to Algonquian and Iroquoian roots. Driven by ambition and spiritual visions, a portion of these settlers moved inland to the shores of a large silent lake tucked within rugged hills. There they built a city of polished stone and glassy towers, a place the texts call Sarnath, the Shining. Yet the lake already had its dwellers. Across the waters, in a gray stone enclave whose ruins have never been identified, lived a strange people, not human by all surviving descriptions, but green-hued, voiceless things with lidless eyes and bloated lips, soft of shape yet ancient beyond telling, the scrolls claim. Their god was called Bakruk, the water lizard, and it was said to sleep beneath the lake, dreaming. The Sarnathians, as they are named in the text, found these beings repellent and without soul. In an act of annihilation, they destroyed their city, slaughtered its inhabitants, and took the idol of their deity as a prize, placing it in their own temple as a symbol of dominion. That same night, the high priest Taran Ish was found lifeless in a temple floor, his eyes blackened and his mouth stretched with silent horror. On the altar, marked in some gelatinous secretion, was a single symbol, understood only as doom. A century passed, and on the 100th anniversary of Sarnath's founding, the city was no more. Witnesses from distant hamlets reported a rising fog, greenish in hue, and the sound of splashing, as if something vast moved through the lake. When that day came, no trace of Sarnath remained, only shattered foundations and a lake gone strangely still. Curiously, surveyors working in the high valleys during the 1870s noted unusual stone formations and signs of unnatural subsidence along a deep, isolated body of water whose name has since fallen from maps. One journal entry mentions ruined arches buried in fern and a stone resembling an iguanodon or salamander, far too eroded to be natural. The site was later flooded by a failed dam project and little remains. Modern historians, if they mention the account at all, attribute it to fever dreams of early trappers or a distorted memory of some vanished indigenous village. Yet the green mists do still rise in certain valleys, and the water, when stirred by moonlight, does not always reflect the stars correctly.
Thank you so much for reading all that.
That was really good. Well, shit.
Horrifying.
That was
Well,
fun.
ain't that something?
And that is where we are influenced by a real H.P. Lovecraft story.
I was gonna say Beneath the Lake Dreaming. Ooh boy.
I wonder who that is.
Well, anyway, my lovelies, since we are at around 4 hours in our night, I will say that this is probably a great place to end our session. I hope you all had fun. Does anybody have any quick last-minute questions before we end?
Yes, question. How far, or did you think we would, like, when you gauge this, you said, okay, first session, they're going to get through the house and some, or you thought just the house? Like,
I
are
was
we
hoping you
up
were
to
going to
par?
get through the house.
Okay,
Hey.
but we're at par then.
Mm-hmm. You're right where I want you
Even
to
with
be.
the yapping.
I've
felt
had
like we
so
did-
much fun tonight.
It's so fun.
I like these characters. And we
Yes.
got to yap too. I didn't feel rushed. I didn't feel rushed at all.
Sorry if Silas is.
No,
Silas
I
is
love
great.
I love every single one of you. I'm having a 10 out of 10 experience.
I love how you can hear Silas making more and more excuses, even though he doesn't believe them anymore. He's like, there's a wine cellar, you guys. Really? It's right in here. I know it.
Ugh,
Well,
man.
shit.
Well, yeah, we will resume next week on Monday Night Mythos.